September. Okay.
When you're ready, just tell me, eh? I'm ready. Provide.
All right. Thank you very much for watching Black Hot Fire Network. You're welcome on an online TV show, Breaking the Matrix with me, Maria Africa. I'm painting now. Today we're gonna talk about Chinese in Africa, Chinese mission in Africa. Now, my dear brothers and sisters out there, we've all noticed that China has picked a whole lot huge interest in Africa, and they are doing a lot of things with African governments, not only my country, Uganda, where I'm speaking from right now, but also Africa at large. Now, we've seen colonialists come into Africa, British, the German people, the French people, and should I say the Arabs? Though Arabs were also Africans. I don't know what made them think they can colonize Africa as well, but they didn't. But they tried. We saw the Portuguese and these other colonialists coming into Africa. It's like everyone wants to have a piece of Africa. Now I feel like Chinese too want to have a piece of Africa. Now we've seen Chinese in almost every place, every country in Africa. We've also seen Chinese being given heads like chief in Ghana. We've seen a Chinese becoming a chief, a traditional head in Ghana. My question is, how did he? I mean, how did that come about? We've seen Chinese I mean, Zimbabwe, you know, taking over some other places. We've also seen Chinese joining government, becoming police officers. We've seen Chinese having their base in Africa. So somehow I feel like Chinese also want to have a piece of Africa, just like other colonialists did. Now, before late Mugabe, the former president of Zimbabwe, passed on, Zimbabwe was left in a lot of debt that Chinese took almost almost a percentage of Zimbabwe just because of the debt and the loan that they had toward with the Chinese people. Now we also saw one of the coasts in Mombasa being taken by the Chinese because of the debt that the Kenyan government had with the Chinese. We've also seen airports being taken by Chinese. So somehow I feel like the African president are so very much uh, are collaborating with the Chinese, and Chinese there to give them loans, yet they give them loans for a short time, knowing that they will not be able to pay back the loans. And with a high rate of corruption, of course, this money is not used the way it is supposed to be used, and Chinese are very much aware of that. Now, speaking of Uganda, where I am right now, it's very absurd that Chinese, I don't know with other countries, but Chinese are now intermarrying with Ugandan women, and they're not actually marrying them; they are impregnating them, and they are impregnating them and leaving them out there with their Chinese little children. Did I do it right? I don't want to be a racist. So I feel like they have reasons as to why, they are doing this whole thing. Recently, when they were constructing roads in Uganda, places where they used to construct roads, there was a high rate of gonorrhea infection, sexual infections. And now these are people who are going down deep there to young girls and show them money, and the girls, doing shit, and in the end of it, or they get infected with the gonorrhea. I don't know where they get that shit from, but hey, well, so that happened. So I remember some time back, we had made a program with Keith before I had a break, Black of Fine Network, about the Chinese impregnating young girls who are not even at the age, and yet they were not called in to be arrested for defilement, because when you impregnate a girl who is underage here, you were arrested for defilement, because this girl is not to be young and she's not in her right mind of making the right decision to either have sex with you or have a relationship with you. So that's called defilement. So, very many young children are having little Chinese babies, and the government is like not seeing that happen. And so at some point, I feel like Chinese is creating an army. I always said this, and I'll keep saying it, that children, kids, a family is an army. Children are, I mean, are like soldiers. So they're like creating people who are going to betray us, because growing up, when you're Chinese, and then you feel like it is easier for a Chinese to manipulate you, like use you to sell out other Africans, yet you're an African. Africans will be taking you as an African, and then later it will be easier for you to sell them out, because you feel like you're Chinese, because you are. So these Chinese are intermarrying with with actually, I don't want to use the word intermarrying. They are planting their seeds in African women, for that very reason. I believe so. I really believe so, because I don't believe there is a reason they would be doing that, other than create and maybe spies. They want to have spies in future or something. Maybe it's a future plan. According to me, that's what I think. So and then you know it is very, very absurd, more especially when it comes to the young people, and little girls being used in such a manner, and then someone, it's like the future. What does the future hold for the girls, in Africa, if we are like being, tomatoes put out on the weighing scale, ready for sale? We've seen this, and it happens. Chinese are now constructing roads, like in Uganda. They have contracts with constructing roads, and they're doing this. I don't know if any black person can go and do that in China and be left scot free. I don't know how it happens. But anyway, say hi to me. Let me see you. Let me know who is watching me. Let me know that you like the topic and what you think about Chinese in Africa. It is me, Maria Africa. So we are on a Breaking the Matrix show here. We talk about reality and the truth about what's happening in Africa. So please do comment and let me know who is watching. I can see 8 people watching me. I just want to know who is watching, so that I can be talking to you individually. And yeah, also tell me what you feel about Chinese being in Africa. What do you think they want from Africa? Well, I told you, I feel like they want to colonize us again, and they're using our leaders who are uh, desperate for governance. They don't want to leave the seats, who are desperate for money, and then the high rate of corruption. Chinese know there is too much corruption in Africa. So they're so very 100% sure that if they give out money to African governments, it will be hard for them to refund the money back, because they're going to misuse the money. So they so very much that. So that's why it's very quick for them to lend Africa money, because they know at the end of it all, Africa is not going to it's not going to pay back. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like Chinese are playing a game. Now, when you look at there is, I wish I could find that video. Well, we're still here, and there is a Chinese man who was arrested. I watched that video, but I tried to look for that video on YouTube. I could not find it. Because I wanted to. Yes, William, thank you very much. Peace, my brother. Um, that video, a Chinese man was paying, how should I call, ah, let me grab that word. Oh God. I'll remember that. So, a Chinese man had some young men around who he used to pay, and they go and look for young virgin girls. Virgin, I'm talking about young virgin Ugandan girls. And then he would be having sex with these girls and pays this man. Okay. So he was doing this deep in a village. He was not doing it from the city, but until he had rented a small house, not even an apartment, but a very small rotten house. Hello, Keith. William says that religion is poison to us. So yeah, and then this Chinese man was having sex with those young girls. For him, he wanted virgin young girls. I don't know, whatever reason, whatever he felt these virgins would do to his soul or whatever it is, I don't know. But he was having virgin girls and paying these guys who bring those virgin girls to him. And then he does not have sex with them just like one. He could have sex with them at a go, like I don't know. So it's so one time the people around were questioning why these girls are always coming into that place. Different girls are always entering in that house, and what does white man does with those little girls. So I was not in Uganda at that time. I swear to God, I would have that with me, but I watched that on news, and then when I tried to look for that information, it is nowhere to be seen. And the villagers wanted to kill this Chinese. Actually, they were beating him up until police came and rescued him. I tried to look for this video, but I cannot find it. I think it is deleted from YouTube, and we cannot see it. Uh, so yeah, and then so you see that means there is a reason why they deleted this video. There is a reason why you cannot even find it on the news channels. You cannot find it on the news channels. You cannot find this video anywhere. And this is one of the Chinese guys who are working here constructing in the roads. Now, yeah, once again, I greet you all, my brothers. I see you live. Thank you for joining me here on Breaking the Matrix on Black Fire Network with me, Morea. Lando says, "What's up, family?" Lando, I greet you, my brother. Jiman Kondo, salute, my brother. William, peace to you, my brother. I can see Kate. Thank you very much. Asha Walker, you're welcome, my dear sister. Keep again, the Williams, Lando, Jiman Kondo. I think these are the very people who was terrified. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much for loving my show. As and I really would like to to do this with you. We have to, you tell me, leave a comment below what you think Chinese interest, what you think Chinese want in Africa, their interest in Africa. Please leave your comment below. We're going to be reading it. You can drop it there, or you can supplement or complement on what I've been saying. Like I said before, I feel like China wants to colonize Africa. China wants to have a piece of Africa, just like other continents have been doing, just like other people have been doing. Like we've seen the Europeans, the British, we've seen the French people, we've seen the Germany, we've seen the Portuguese, we've seen the Dutch people, we've seen all these people wanting to have a piece of Africa. Now Chinese says no, we're not going to be left out. I think we should also come and have a piece of Africa. Now they're using loans, they're lending African governments money. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of coffee. It's not COVID though. But I hope will be fine. So, so like I told you before, and then they are so very much trying to plant their seeds in Africa. There is no any other reason why they would be planting their seed rather than creating spies and army that they're going to use in future. If you know what I'm saying, and that's why even in the history when people were uh, we are in war, the commanders could always order that you rape the women. There is something about raping women because there will be chances of you leaving those women pregnant with your seed. So that next time, if you're coming back, probably those seeds will be easily manipulated, you know convinced, so I feel like that's a tactic that most people use. So that's why most soldiers, like in history, like the army people in history, whenever they could go to attack places, they would leave an order for the soldiers to rape the women so that they should leave their seed behind for, I think, that very reason that China is trying to do in Africa. Now, it's so very much unfortunate that the government in Africa are not looking at this as something very, very vital. Rather, they are neglecting it, and probably they blame these young girls for wanting money and whatever. I don't know if a black man would do this in China and be left scot free. Now, Dwight, you're very much welcome, my dear. No, they want to wipe out the Africans, not just colonization. Now, this is Kip News. Thank you very much. Keith and David, Dwight Davidson say China wants to send millions of its people. Much of their land is going to be a desert. Now, yeah, there is something in what both of you are saying. And then, Keith and Dwight, yes, you're right. Now, Keith says that China wants to wipe out the African. It's not just colonization. Okay. Well, there is something strong in that. In Africa we say there is a bone. There is a bone in his comment. Okay, so Dwight says that China wants to send millions of its people. Much of their land is going to be a desert. Yeah, according to the science. Yeah, yeah. Dwight was talking with me, was telling me much about this very thing. Just like the whites want to intermarry with the black people because of what may to happen, and because of what because of the changes that may to occur. Maybe the will occur, maybe not. I don't know. That's why I'm using the word may to occur. So they want to keep their race, their lineage, you know, those vampires. They want to keep their oh, I don't know if the user. What did I even say? Anyway, let me still read the comments. Keith again says Chinese workers later. Uh, okay, you have understand, Maria. They wipe out the Asian Black Kingdom. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. And then Dwight Davidson said Chinese. Now there is. Huh, they wipe out the Asian Black Kingdoms. Yeah, because I came across the article that the first Asian people were blacks, and I also saw their pictures. They look like these guys in Kalahari Desert of Southern Africa. Now, Dwight says the Chinese workers left 10,000 babies in Uganda already. I know that. Yeah, that's true. That's true, right? No, Maria, the black man would be killed for that behavior. Yeah, of course, the black man would be killed if he does that in China. And Dwight says that Chinese workers have left, 10,000 babies in Uganda already. I remember I was speaking to Dwight about visiting one of the places with those young girls who have these Chinese babies. They're little girls. The Chinese would be arrested if maybe they did not go to the but to the authorities. But again, how come that the world knows about this? So I feel like we are not protected by the government. An African woman, an African child, is not protected by the government against these vampires and bloodsuckers. Now, Kay Williams says we have nothing but enemies on this planet, including within. Williams, very true, 100%, including our own people. Because if our government is our own people, they're living, you know, Chinese and these other people to do whatsoever they want to our land and our people, then that means, they do not really care what happens. They do not really care to protect the Black legacy. They do not really care to protect the Black people and the future that holds for the Black people. Now, George Guy says, greetings, family, peace to you. Yes, George, I see you, my brother. Thank you very much for coming to Black White Friend Network. I greet you. And Kel Williams says, peace once again. Thank you. Dwight says the original Chinese and the Japanese were black. That's true. That's true. The original Chinese and the Japanese were black until the until, I'm sorry. Someone was laughing here a little bit, so that made me. But they were black, and that's true until they were killed. We also and there is Peru. We also saw what was happening in Peru when they were being killed. I mean, Black people, when are we gonna rest? One, I mean, it's like the whole world is against us, just like my brother uh, said. Kel Williams just said that's true. And then Keith again said that yes, the first people under civilization were African people, not the Han Chinese. Um, Mani says that Peace Maria. Thank you very much, Jane Peace Maria. You're very welcome. Maniz. If I read your next name, I know mosquitoes not here to laugh at me. Optara. Let me hope I said it right. Optara. Thank you very much for joining us. We are talking about Chinese and what do you think is their mission in Africa? Now, my brothers have been saying that. Keith, Davidson, K. Williams, and um, who else? Okay, those are the people who commented what they think Chinese are here for. Now, I've also told you about the Chinese pregnanting the young girls. I also told you the incidents of these Chinese who are sleeping with the young virgin girls who are not even of age. But again, no one is there to talk about these young girls because I don't know. We've also seen Chinese being made head of tradition and culture in some African countries, in Ghana. We've also seen Chinese being included in government defense forces like police in some African countries. We've seen Chinese having their barracks, says, I don't know how you call barracks, but a place where soldiers or police officers, I mean, defense government officials sleep. They are called barracks. I don't know if you also have that in the US. So the barracks, so they have like their weapons in one of the African countries. So it's like they are living everywhere in Africa, just like Davidson said that the Chinese want to transfer their people to Africa. Now, when you look at Africa, Africa is one of the continents that is deeply rooted into Mother Earth. Now, if you look at Africa and its shape, it's like all these other continents broke away from Africa. In other words, they are sailing on water. They are sailing. Europe is sailing. These other continents are sailing, but Africa is deeply rooted into motherland. Now you feel like could be this is one of the reason why these people want to feels like Africa is the home that will never, get wiped off from the earth. Could it be they feel like Africa, is a forever land? I don't know. And then we also had issues in Kenya where Chinese were eating their workers, their flesh, and they believe that black flesh is medicine. So they were eating them. That when you eat a black person, you live long. You eat a black person, your immune system increases, it doubles the times five. So this whole thing happened. I don't know how Chinese what they think about black people. Probably there is something they know about us that we do not know. First of all, black people hate even knowing about themselves. So probably there's something they know that we do not know about them eating black flesh, like we are medicine, like they would, black flesh. I mean, black meat boost their immune system. This whole thing happened, and Chinese were eating black people. I'm so sure you all heard about this. Now, let me go down and read your comment. Uh-huh. Okay. Keith says that people took that Chinese chief out of power. Some of these African countries are allowing the Chinese to have their own police forces. That's true. That's true. Yes, they did, Maria. Africa is buried in the soul of the earth. Thank you. Okay. I agree. True. True that. um the animal human hybrid. Now Jiman said that the animal human hybrid, yeah. Jima, that's true. George, greetings once again. They also were eating the Nigerians. Yeah. Chinese have been eating black people. They've been eating black people for real. And I don't know, these guys are so weird. Monique says exactly, G-Man, they have no right to be there. We can't go to China. I wouldn't want to, yet they are there for the riches. That's true. White people do the same thing, Maria. Well, well, that could be true. That could be true. I should say, stealing your identity, your birthright, your essence, and your every soul is disgusting what non blacks are doing. Well, that's true. They are stealing like almost everything, everything. And yet they make us feel like we are so inferior, like we have nothing. And yet they are envying everything we have, 100% of each and everything we are having. They want it. They want it. And then in the end of it all, they'll be like, we are not humans. We are whatever they call us, you know. So I feel like so Lando, I'm still reading the comment. Lando says that China is the creation of the international banker. China has no national resource of its own. Their technology is Germany and Russia, and they are fed and their feed comes from US. We are doing these services to ourselves being around them. Now this comes from George Guy, and the first comes from Lando. Yes, I feel like Chinese like the comments I was saying. I really want to thank you. I like it. I like it. You enlighten me more, and we are enlightening each other about this. Thank you very much for loving the show, and thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for watching the Blackout Fire Network, Breaking the Matrix with me, Maria, and my brothers and sisters watching. We are talking about China and China's interest in Africa. Thank you very much for commenting. Please keep commenting. I want to know what you think about this. Monique, you're very welcome. George Guy, Lando, and everyone. Asha, thank you very much. Jim and Kondo, you guys. It's a blessing to have you here with me. I'm always glad to see you watch me and also comment and participate in what you think the topics are about. Now, the Chinese people, like I said before, and the funniest thing is that even in Africa, a black man, they see you with these little girls, you are arrested, 7 years imprisonment for defilement here. in Uganda. You impregnate a young girl who is not yet 18 years in Uganda, you were taken to prison for 7 years. Now, this is a person, I'm not like supporting this. Okay, I'm not like saying it's okay to impregnate a girl who's not of age yet. I'm not like saying such acts of impregnating girls and living there with the children is good as long as it's a black man who's doing that. No, I'm not in support of that. But if at least they would handle them, in fact, times times five, okay, the way they handle the black people. Because with them, when they leave, you may not even never even see them. But when a black person does that, let me say like a Ghana does that, you know where to find them, you know their place, you know their parents, you know where they come from. So something like that's why I'm saying their punishment should be double five. Okay, maybe a bigger than that. Maybe they should even them. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So I'm still going to read more comments. Kids against it, exactly, Maria, we are inferior, but they steal everything from us. It's true. They make us feel so. They make us feel unwanted. They make us feel like we are not humans. They make us feel like we are just, yet they want everything we have. Yet they want, I have this kind of afro hair, and there was a time I went to somewhere. I went to some gardens around there. There's a place here called Garden City, so and Centenary Park. It was a park, so I went around there and I met these people. And the lady just came and was like, "Okay, is that your hair?" She was like asking. Leave alone these things are braided in my hair. It was not like this. So I had combed my hair. So she was like, "Is that your hair or you wearing something?" I was like, "Why should I wear something? I mean, what are you talking about?" So she was like, she wanted to touch my hair to feel if that's real, my hair. I was like, geez, so these people feel like we are so bold headed or what? So, but you know what I'm saying? So they'll be like, your hair, she even said, your hair is so strong. Your hair is strong. I said, ooh, I didn't know my hair was strong. Because in most of the cases, they make us feel like we are not, our hair is not good, their hair is like, that's why every woman wants to put that chemical, and their hair has to lie like animal fur, like a doggy fur. Well, back to our topic, reading the comments. Don't mind me. Sometimes I go astray more, especially when it gets to those guys. I always get on my nerves. Now, Kid says, but not the Chinese man. Now, Lando says that their colonization begin with migration throughout all other continents. Thank you very much, my brother Lando. And Candace says, you can't let a hungry dog loose in the house with you can't let a hungry dog loose in the house with open plates of food all over the place and expect they won't take it. Now, Jima, that's a proverb you're saying that now. Again, you say that you have to keep animals out of the house. Facts, my brother. That's true. If only our president, if only the government, if only the leaders of Africa, we are not so greedy. I mean, to understand this thing. But do they even have that? I don't think so. For them, they are ready to sell Africa and everyone in it. You have to keep animals out of the house. I mean, we need to keep them. We need to keep their out of Africa. But how are we gonna do that? How are we going to do that? We need black people, we need Africans to stand up and talk reality. We need them to stand up and fight for what is rightfully theirs. Our resources have been sold. You be there having a lake, and when the lake does not belong to you anymore, you don't even fish in that lake because Chinese bought it. So they own it. So when you come to fish in your own lake, you're supposed to pay. I mean, what WTF? What is this? Huh? Kid against say she wanted to touch your hair. They always do that. But their hair is animal fur. That's true. Animal fur. Anyway, Kid always says that they have lice on the head. Okay, it's not funny, but yeah, this is very interesting. That show is so very interesting. I love the way you guys are commenting, and now we are debating about this one. I wish I could have someone, but I'm gonna still ask you a lot of questions. Um, time is getting late for me, and I so much believe that they want to have another show. Keith, please, are you guys coming for our next show with Specs, or are you not coming? I just want to know. And then, because my time is almost up, and I want to thank you all for coming, supporting, liking me, commenting, and still always catch up with me with different topics. I'll be coming every day from Monday to Friday. And one of the days I'll be going out. I'll be going out in the field, and we shall be discussing these things when I've already recorded them, or it can be live. Unfortunately, the time difference makes it so hard for us to be live, for you to be seeing these things happen, so that you can also ask questions. And the time difference would only be a problem, especially when I start doing my field work, because I like doing the things that, if I'm talking about the Chinese impregnating the young girls, I want to be there. And you see these young girls with their with their babies, and how young they are, and how selfless they look. I mean, but well, we pray to our ancestors that things go right for us, and things go right for Black Watford Network by our sister Grace. Now, no show with the specs. The power is out in Nairobi. Okay, so sorry to hear that. Power is out in Nairobi. Chinese are only people who can obtain resident visa within a month of filing, and that is global. Mhm. Well, that's true now. Let me, Keith, I think I should invite you over so that you'll be able to answer to some of my questions. Now, Lando says that a condo, Lando said that Chinese are the only people who can obtain resident visa within a month of filing, and that is global. Okay, that could be true. That's true. And Kondo says when they gained power, they gained the ability to repeat their lies globally. They've told their lies so much that many now believe it. And Keith says you can go live Maria out in the streets while your phone still show you how to die. Oh, good nug. Well, I know how to do it. Huh? Okay, now Monique, my sister, says that will be good. They shouldn't be there. Period. Yeah, that's true. They shouldn't be here. And Kondo says the Nazi minister of propaganda openly said that if you repeat a lie often enough, it becomes accepted truth. Brothers, I think my time. Okay, keep it here. Let's continue with this, but I'm going
Oh, I'm
extra
not connected.
time.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on. Let me go out.
kid. I'm not even seeing. Sorry.
Wait. Yeah, let me go out and come back in. I'm not connected. Hold on. Let me go out and come back
All
in. Give me
right.
a minute.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So G-Man said Joseph. What is that? Goebbels, Joseph Goebbels. Monique says those rotten so-called leaders should be executed in front of everyone. And discussion. Okay, Dina says that peace family, true peace, sister. Yeah, thank you very much, Dina, for coming. Thank you very much for joining us on Black Hot Fire Network. It's me, Maria, Painswa Africa, here on Breaking the Matrix, where we talk about facts that are happening in Africa. Here we bring you unfiltered and diluted, uncut information. Just give us some so sure that will be happening, more especially when I go out there for field. I'll be talking about things that you're seeing with your own eyes, facts, unfiltered and diluted, here on Breaking the Matrix with me, of course, on Black Hot Fire Network. Now, as we're still reading The comments, Juman said Joseph Goebbels was the Nazi minister of propaganda. Okay, okay. I see. Yes, peace, my sister. I'm so very happy to see you. I'm always excited when I see you guys and when you're contributing and when we are together in this and when we are debating. And it so very very enlightens my soul to know that black people out there really understand the matrix and how these guys are playing their shit game, and they think that we are so very much sleeping. I'm so very glad that most of the black people are awakening now psychologically. They are awakening, they are breaking the matrix, they're breaking the chains of the mental chains that lead us into mental slavery. Now, those who have just joined us right now, we are discussing about Chinese mission in Africa. What do you think Chinese want from Africa? Because we've seen that Chinese are everywhere in Africa to the extent that they are planting their seeds in African women. Well, Dwight told us they already have 10,000 children. They have left 10,000 children in Uganda, and they are still adding more. And then you will see them joining defense forces in one of many African countries. They're in the police departments. Now, these are Chinese. Well, there is a chief who was, anointed. There's a Chinese who was made a chief in one of African countries, and Keith told us that he was rejected by the people. So you can see that Chinese like want to have a piece of Africa and want to be part of Africa. Now, our brothers also commented. One of our brothers, that was Davidson, I guess, if I'm not forgotten, said that Chinese want to come to Africa. They want to bring their people to Africa. And Newsom told us that they do not want to colonize Africa. They just want to have it. Now, Gaiman again said that I think if the youth in Africa could see that their parents hold their resources for flat currency that has zero value, they would riot in the streets. Now, that was a gay George Guy telling us. And Kondo says there are many Europeans who talk about how lies secure the state and truth is the enemy. Okay, there are many Europeans who talk about how lies secure the state and the truth is the enemy. This is why they pound our minds with the negativity about ourselves. All right, and George says that I think, okay, I read this already. Let me do it again. I think if the youth in Africa could see that their parents sold their resources for flat currency that has zero value, they would riot in the streets. My brother, okay, who is this? Who is this? Monique says, likewise, I love you, sister. I love you. And then Dana says, deport them. Yes, deporting them would be with immediate effect, my dear, but I bet if they will be deported because I think the government is in a certain agreement with them. Uh, a bunch of nuts, so disgusting. Yes, my sister. She also say, Dana says that parasites stealing resources are what they are. And Kondo, oh, so I'm trying to read all your comments. They're flowing in so sweet. I love this. Kondo says our people need to study the war and propaganda tactics of the Caucasian and Asian. They are playing the same game. Yeah, Jim and Kondo. That's true. That's true, Kondo. That's true.
Yes, they are.
Africa needs Idi Amin. Dada, come back. That's true. I love them. And we could send these guys out of this country. Now, Monique says, is replying to Didi that that's it, and that's all. Africa has been raped by all other countries. Time is up. Get the fuck out already. That's true. I love the comment flow. I love the way you're commenting. I love that you're making my heart so hot tonight. Keith, are you there?
I'm here. Hold on. I'm here. Let's play this
Oh,
again
come
for a second.
on.
here. I'm here.
When you're ready to play me, eh? I'm ready. Profile.
What was that you just did? Why are you doing that?
All right, all right. Mine messing up on my end. So okay, all right. So as long as everybody can hear me, um, yeah, and understand that the Chinese are not there to be African people's friends. As Lando said, these puppet leaders were put in or installed like Museveni and all other African leaders were put and maintained in power by the British and American to make sure they keep able to steal out of Africa, make their puppets and their family rich by all the other Africans in the country suffer. Remember, there was no Uganda, there was no Kenya, there was none of these goofy countries before the 1984 Berlin Conference. Africans moved freely throughout the continent. That's another reason why they always wanted to stop that, make it hard for Africans to travel and what unite with one another again. If they're not united, people can keep stealing. Isn't it funny? The Asian is in the Chinese Asian is in every African country now. He's got no problem moving around because the whole thing is to displace African people while they can steal the land and eventually murder us all. There's never been any brotherly love between us and Asian people, and that's globally. Everywhere they've gone, they practice their wicked ass racism, just like the Europeans. So the Rothschilds created China to come in the back door, as Lando said it so correctly, the international bankers created China as a country. These people were poor and fucked up 30 years ago. They're more poor than Uganda is. But now they are now international power because their other benefactors, the white man, has now made them a power so they can go in the back door because the Africans don't know their own history and their dealings with these people. These people have wiped out all the Asian kingdoms in Asia. The Han, Dirty Han, who's in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Zambia, Nigeria, Ghana, Namibia, Angola, Mozambique, Botswana, Guinea-Bissau. Too many names, too many countries to name, but then every last one of them. And they brought the same wicked ass racism, but luckily some Africans have started to wake up. Told you got to wake up ability, like when they put that Chinese restaurant in Nigeria and told the Nigerians they wasn't allowed to come in the restaurant in their own country, some Chinese restaurant. They closed it, then the Nigerians burnt that shit to the ground. That's what you're supposed to do. You're going to come to an African country, bring your raggedy, filthy ass into my African continent and tell me I, as an African, can't go to some restaurant. As they told the guy down in Zambia this year, too, who went there with his little Asian wife. They said, hey, we don't allow foreigners in. He said, what are you talking about? I'm Zambia, you're the foreigner. But they have destroyed Zambia because of the wicked ass corrupt leaders there. Zambia is a failed state, going to be taken over by the rest of the African nations. It's like a Chinese puppetry in Zambia. But they were able to tell a Zambian going into a Chinese store, hey, we don't allow foreigners in here. He said, what the hell are you talking about? I'm Zambian. Yeah, we don't allow black people up in here. And you're in Zambia. They were supposed to take that Chinese man out, beat him an inch of his life, the whole family, put him on a plane back to damn China and burn that shit down to the ground. But when their mayor of Lusaka tried to do the right thing, he said, I got to close you people down. You discriminate against Africans. He was made to come on TV and apologize for doing Zambian law. because they so
Of
indebted
course.
to these Chinese. He had to go apologize. I'm sorry to the Chinese community for me upholding the law. I'm going to let you discriminate on African people in Zambia because we owe money. Okay. Uh, I wish Maria was on a computer. I'm not on the computer. She could have pulled it up, and you would have seen the Lusaka mayor who first told the Chinese to pack their shit up, and they had to go. But he got a call from the president of the country that, hey, you get your ass on TV and apologize to them illegal aliens. And so that's what so, that's what happened. What happened to Maria? I lost Maria. Maria, this is your show. Did your internet go out? And also, family, you guys see yeah, the power's off in the Nairobi studio, so wasn't no show there today. So exactly, what kind of punk mess is that? It's the kind of mess when you got your leaders are so backwards, so fucked up, so corrupt. If you go to Zambia, half the damn shit is written in Chinese now. Half the billboards, half of everything's written in Chinese. You got so many Chinese in goddamn Zambia, you'll trip over them motherfuckers. You got so many Chinese because that's what they want to do. See, Lando's right. Whoever said that's right. China has destroyed its environment. And they ship out these rusty Chinese. What's the most pristine place still in the world? Africa. Right? Show you all that fake, all the hungry babies, all that. That's bullshit. The most pristine place on the planet is sub-Saharan Africa. Most pristine. That's why there's no accident all these Chinese on every single African sub-Saharan country. Maybe that's one of them. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, I got a phone call.
Well, I don't know what's happening because I can see Keith has been muted, and then Keith, are you hearing me? Well, Keith, I don't know what happened. Would beat the hell out of them. I'm trying to read your comments. They're so very for real. What kind of punk mess is that? I'm sick of these no good motherfuckers. Now YouTube, well, Maria Keith got a phone call. Okay. It's on a phone call now. Well, this thing is very interesting. Our debate is interesting yet. Well, I think okay, let's still do continue, and the mission of the Chinese Africa is same as long as now I don't know how to read your name, KW Don 7. You've told me that YouTube is like mute and is like censoring your comments because you're criticizing the Chinese. Of course, what do you expect? These are all
I'm gonna put a link out here if somebody want to join us too. I'm gonna put a link out here if anybody wants to. I'm gonna put a link out here and see if anybody wants to join us too. Hold on, let me put a link in the Let me put a link inside the comment section.
All right. Okay.
But like I was saying, like I'm saying, right? In Zambia, They've completely taken over the country because you've had failed leadership. And there's a bunch of Jesus nuts too. Jesus not gonna save their ass from the Chinese. Ain't it funny? Jesus ain't saved them from the Chinese, and the Chinese don't believe in the Jesus shit. How the Chinese coming and taking everything? They don't believe in your same Jesus. Why Jesus isn't working against them? Because that's how idiotic. You should be able to have critical thinking, or your religion is stupid, it's ridiculous. Because now the Zambians are finally waking up, and they're starting to kill a lot of these Chinese people in Zambia. You find these dead bodies in the alleys in Zambia because the Chinese have snuckily taken over the country because of the corrupt leadership, right? Like I said, you got the Lusaka government, Lusaka mayor, doing the right thing. He told the Chinese, hey, you guys are here even illegally. You got to pack up, because there was a barber shop and that restaurant. The guy came in to get a haircut, and the Chinese said, no, we don't allow black people in here. He's like, what? What are you talking about? This is Zambia. This is Lusaka. They said, yeah, we don't allow you niggas in here. We don't allow you black people up in here. He's like, what? Now, anybody knows a barber shop is not an essential job. So don't keep telling me these Chinese are coming for essential jobs and to help Zambians. Them having barbershops to give Chinese haircuts is not helping the Zambian government. And they were there illegally. So, of course, the mayor went this, hey, you guys can't lock out black people here. We don't tolerate that. It's against the law. And so when he did all that stuff, that in the factory, the president called him, said, you're gonna go on TV and make an apology to these Chinese people. You're gonna tell them that you're sorry, and you're not gonna do it no more. Even though they discriminate against you in your own country, you're gonna tell them you're not gonna do it no more. Like what? Like what? You don't see that nowhere but in Africa. Nowhere will you see somebody. Maria.
There is a very touching comment William just wrote, and he said that we have come the words doormat, wake up or be wiped out. Now that is the saddest truth. We have really become a doormat that everyone wants to step on as they enter into their houses. That's very, very touching. And then I agrees with William, and also says, what will it take for black people to wake up? What will it take for black people to wake up? I feel like this is another great discussion session that we should have some time. Let's put our heads together to see what we can do about this. What do you think? Because not everyone is enlightened, and not everyone has a chance to sit and discuss the way we are doing right now. And I so very much pray to our ancestors that Black Hot Fire Network should not only be for us talking, but also for actions, and maybe creating a legacy that will live forever for Black people to remember. Now, William says, I do not know, which is very sad. Of course, he was replying to Dana. And then George Guy said, it is so bad for Chinese to be in Africa that you shouldn't have them come to Africa as tourists. That's true, my brother. But again, what are we going to do about it? Someone says it is very crazy. And then I'm seeing here you were for people wanting to join the discussion, seeing that link you're sending down here. William, thank you very much for those great and touching words. George Guy, thank you very much. Mosquito, Big Cheese, you're welcome on Black Hole Fire Network and Fractal Matrix with me, Maria.
Hey, General Mosquito showed up for you, Maria. You was waiting for General Mosquito. He showed up for you, Maria. General Mosquito showed up.
I know Mosquito likes me. He likes laughing at me when I'm quiet. Well, he's crazy. But thank you very much, Mosquito, for coming. And then Lando, I always see these guys come. I mean, I'm so very, very excited to see you guys always coming whenever we do this. And actually, I feel so delighted. And I don't know who is gonna come in, but Keith, you should know that my time is up. And I'm supposed to be having my dinner. And African things we do have dinner with family.
What you have dinner? Say hi to your brothers. Say hi to your brothers. Tell them we said hi. Tell tell them tell them
Of course, I will.
tell 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 them we said hi. Tell them don't be doing nothing for no Chinese people. He wouldn't do for Ugandans. We gonna we
I
gonna
will.
we gonna come
I will
after them.
like it. I will, guys. I'm so very much. I would like to stay here until we
I stay with you guys.
exploit
I'm gonna stay
and
with you guys.
exhaust everything.
But
You're gonna stay with them?
yeah. I'm gonna stay with them because I'm gonna try to come on tonight too. I'm gonna try to come on and do a show later tonight if I make it home
So
in
I
time.
should
So
I should not
huh?
end it.
No, don't end it. No, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay. You go eat your dinner, Maria. Go eat your dinner. You know, we want you. We don't want you. We want you. We want your tummy to get full of nutrients. We need you. You know, we need our black women healthy for this fight against these no good Chinese bastards.
Once again, thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys, for coming, and thank you very much for uh
Thank you
liking
guys for
and
showing up
also
and support Maria. Thank you guys for showing up and support Maria. She's a really good
thank
journalist.
you.
I'm gonna show her. I'm gonna show her how to, because she doesn't have to use this difficult part in the field. She can just take her phone. Same way she did Bobby. Same way she did with that great interview with Bobby Wine. She can do it again. Just go live on her phone, and she can take it through Kampala doing questions. I can never get Cammy and Spikes to do the shit. I can never get Spikes to do it. We need real African people on the street talking to real people. So Maria is good at that. So we'll send Maria out there. Then we need to send Maria down to Kigali again. We need to send her down to Kigali for a couple of days. I
Thank
need to
you.
send her
I'm
down to
looking
Kigali for
forward
a
to
couple of
going
days.
to Gali. Thank you very
Yeah, we'll
much,
get you
guys.
on
I
the
have
bus.
to retire now.
Yeah,
And
we'll
I'm
put you
leaving
on
you with Keith, and y'all can still continue with the discussions.
the. Go
Keith,
ahead.
sorry, I'm breaking and I'm cutting you short, but
Go ahead. No, you gotta go
African
eat.
family, dinner, yeah, all this kind of stuff. But thank you very much, guys. I love you so much. Bye.
Bye, Maria. Go get your grub on. All right, y'all. What's going on? What is the day? What is the day of discussion today? What's the hot topic? Usually Spike hits me off. What's the hot topic? What's going on, y'all? What is the current event you guys want to talk about for right now? So I'm up in here. I think I got insurance on this phone. Shit, I got to crack my damn phone. I got to call Samsung. T-Mobile. I got insurance on this damn phone. What's going on? What y'all want to talk about? What the hell's actually going on? Biden broke his foot. Of course he did it. He's got dementia, Dina. He's got dementia. They really want Kamala Harris in there anyway. They're gonna wheel his old ass out. He's gonna have a heart attack, or something's gonna happen where they can put that fake Negro up in there. They really want that fake Negro behind the wheel because they're hoping that black women will come around and more black women will come around and accept her as one of their own. They can do all kind of real heinous stuff to her. I got to hear. I got to adhere to some of my. I'm start changing a little bit of my delivery. G-Man just gave me a great reading, so it told me I gotta stop. I gotta stop being so emotional and think more. That reading was goddamn on right on point. Jesus Christ! Tell y'all, if y'all need a reading done, G-Man is y'all man. That's the real shit. For a small for a fee, G-Man is man. Yeah, G-Man does reading. I mean, it's thorough. It's in depth. I never had a reading done. That shit was thorough. That shit was in depth. I was like, Jesus Christ, this might be too much information. I'm letting G-Man dig up on me. Damn, that shit was in depth. I don't know if I like G-Man knowing that much about me. I feel naked, damn it. I feel naked out here. G-Man knows my damn strengths, my weaknesses, my god damn. I feel naked out this bitch. I know. I seen that, K-Don. I see she's been relegated. I see she's been relegated. Yeah, I'm gonna talk about that tonight in depth. I make it home in time. God damn. I'm gonna talk about that tonight because I find it funny how the black bootlicks have not got a bigger plate of butter biscuits. The black bootlicks have not got a bigger plate of butter biscuits. He knows yours too. Yeah, G-Man is dangerous. He knows us intimately. Yeah, I'm laughing about all these bootlicks, how they were going in for Biden, and they were never really paid off. Remember, that's always the hustle that they would sell out black people, and they would always get something for their betrayal. You know, they'd always get something for their betrayal. And now the butter biscuits are getting mighty thin. The Negroes are in the kitchen fighting over the plate of biscuits, and there's not enough biscuits to go around. Exactly right. Being a master's not keeping his word, and I think it's a good thing. It's hilarious. Not only did you go out there and tell your own people down the road to for your own selfish benefit, your own selfish gain, Master turned around and slapped you in the damn face. Because who can you go complain to? You can't complain to us. You sold us out to get the position. So they've got no one to really actually to complain to because the white people don't want to hear it. They're the ones who they're the ones you put in power, so they don't want to hear you. I think I think it's funny as hell. She working in the basement, yeah. Yeah, reality is kicking in for him, General Mosquito. Is it? Then then Simone Sanders get appointed like the assistant to the assistant press secretary for Kamala Harris. Not even Joe Biden, but to Kamala Harris. She's not even part of Joe Biden's staff. I think she's part of Kamala Harris underlings, like way under. It's some shameful shit. Yeah. It seems crazy. G-Man doing reading, yes. Yes, I know it seems crazy. You think G-Man doing reading. I don't know nothing about nobody tricking no restaurant. Yeah, G-Man's doing reading and it's thorough. He's good at that. He's thorough. You understand? If you guys understand how readings work, this all stuff white people told you is wrong. No, it's readings are done by astrological signs, right? And dates and numbers, right? Everything is frequency and energy. When you're born, right? When you're born as a spirit, the universe has certain energies that vibrate at a certain frequency at your birth, and you take on all these attributes. So if you know how to do readings with numerology and other astrological science, people can give you a general understanding of what's going to be your personality in this carnation. That's not going to be your complete self. That's just in this carnation, right? Because that is the frequency. That's the vibratory frequency that you entered this carnation at. This is all ancient Kim, ancient Nubian, ancient science. It's real. And me knowing it's real, when G-Man gave me that shit, when I read his reading, it's spot on. I can't lie. It had my weaknesses in there. Those are my weaknesses. The weaknesses he put, like, God damn. If you're going to be honest, those weaknesses he gave me, those are my weaknesses. Those are my weaknesses. You know, you got to know who you are. Those are my weaknesses. I was like, God damn, maybe I shouldn't even have it. I'm butt naked out here. I said, should have been Joe Biden's bodyguard. Okay, you got to read last month, Jim. It's very accurate. Yeah. G-Man is thorough. Now, no, that G-Man is thorough. Y'all got to. But he's got. I let G-Man tell you that needs to be a slow silence. G-Man is thorough. And send him an email. You guys discuss the pricing. Exactly right, Lando. Yeah. He did one for this too. That shit is very thorough. The weaknesses in there, I was like, motherfucker. He might know me too well. But I will say, it got my character at the end right too. I'm a very honest, responsible person. I believe in that. That's true. I'm not no con man. If I was a con man, I said, nah, man, you can't read. Nah, I don't even believe in that shit. You can't be giving me no damn reading. If I was out there trying to con people, I said, nah, man, ain't no damn reading going on around here. Nobody reading nothing. Nobody reading shit. You man say your ass, this motherfucker's a no good con man. Motherfucker's a hustler. Yeah. That shit will reveal all of that stuff. Because what it is, understand the sign is based on your vibratory frequency as you enter from the spirit to the physical. You are an eternal being. So when those fractions of light hit your spirit as you're entering this dimension, your personality is being shaped by certain frequencies. And the frequencies depend on what stars align with. Everything has vibration. Everything's frequency, vibration, energy. So you're being formed by the energetic frequencies of the things as your spirit is entering this existence. You know, real science. Not no mumble jumbling. That's why the church, stay away from it. It's wicked. This is the devil. All that dumb shit. No. All the universe is energy, frequency, and vibration. As you come from the spirit to the physical, you're being shaped by the energy. Since your energy, you're being shaped by the frequency that's engaging your body, your spirit, as you enter the physical realm. That's it. So these vibration and frequencies are going to affect and shape and mold your personality. What's going to be your these are going to be your traits. Unfortunately, it's not supposed to be that way, but somebody it has to go deeper than that. Because really, what G-Man tell you that you are deficient because you're supposed to have all 12 zodiac signs are supposed to be in you. Those are your deficiencies. So something has shaped us, something, some being has shaped us that we only come into the physical housed in one frequency. But we're supposed to be all houses of frequency. We're supposed to be Libra. We're supposed to be Leo. We're supposed to be Cancer. We're supposed to be Virgo. We're supposed to be Sagittarius, Pisces. We're supposed to have fractured of all those energetic beings. Energetic frequencies. But we're not. Unless we develop them here on earth. That's the reason why you must. That's the reason for meditation. And so what G-Man has done, and what readers would do, they would give you the things that you were deficient in, so you would be able to build up your energetic, all houses of frequencies. All houses of Pisces, Virgo, Sagittarius. You're supposed to develop to a complete spiritual being, which we are deficient in. So in Kim, you learn that. In Kemet, you learn that. How to put back all. Become a whole spirit. It's just the everyday science. That's what the people that run the world know. They use all this shit. Sloppy Jesus, a jealous guy. Exactly right, General Mosquito. That's why it's 12 exactly. 12 disciples, 12 hours exactly. 12 personalities exactly. You said it better than I can say it, General Mosquito. Exactly right. Exactly. We went by what colors women draw. That's true. All works. That's the thing at 12. Exactly right, General Mosquito said it. I couldn't say it no more. That's why it's 12 hours. Exactly right. Cut down to 12 and the 24 things in 12. Exactly right. So you're supposed to have all these accesses to all these personalities. It's supposed to be one part of you that creates you back to God. It's supposed to have all this stuff, but you've been fractionalized into one energetic frequency. You're supposed to have all of them. So with G-Man giving you a reading, you're able to get accesses to the other 12. What are my deficient? What energies that I did not get when I came into this damn third realm existence, 3D form? And so that helps you, means you can start meditating and start assessing what's lacking. And that shit is spot on. And you'll see it's spot on. You'll be like, God damn. You sure do. Of course. This is real, Dina. This is not quackery. This is real. This is real. So they told you that don't stay away from and blah blah. This is real. Why does everybody think that the CIA still does? They say they don't do it no more. They did project viewing, right? Whatever they call it, when you leave your body, you can view certain things. Astral projection, my fault. I think they studied that, huh? They had a secret group that would astral project from their bodies and view secrets of other countries. Come back and tell. They never stopped that. They say they stopped in the 90s. They never stopped that program. Because it works. All this stuff works. Yeah, the CIA does that. That's real. I go on my computer. I can pull it up for you. Yeah, that's real. They know all this stuff is real. They tell you it's not real. Oh, this is all funny, baloney, blah, blah, blah. So you won't do it. This is what the elite used to control the planet. This is what the Moors taught them when they went to Europe. Real esoteric, real ancient science. This science. You can't even call it really spiritualism. We call science what people call spiritual worship and all that shit. No, it's just science. It's universal science. That connect that telepathy is real. That's why a woman, I was looking at something, they know the woman vibrates higher. That's why she's better at telepathy. First, until everybody catches up to her. Because the black woman is more intuitive. That's why she always was what? The oracle. That's why in that movie, The Matrix, the black woman was what? The oracle. They're trying to tell you things and be like, they don't even see it. The black woman was the oracle because she vibrates. She's the closest thing to God. That's why she's the oracle. That's why she was close to what? The mechanic. The mechanic was supposed to be God. Of course. Yeah, remote viewing. That's what I said, remote viewing. Voodoo is real. I don't know if everybody got you scared. Voodoo is science. Voodoo is talking about energy, vibration. You learn voodoo. Voodoo is real. All these things, that's why they told you to be. That's why they tell you to be scared of it. These are all your ancient sciences. Oh, the voodoo, the voodoo. Oh, the voodoo. Go back and learn. Voodoo is what? Understand the energy of the universe. The universe is nothing but frequency, energy, and vibration. As Tesla, one of the greatest inventors, told you, once you learn that, you know the world. You know the universe you live in. Everything has energy at a certain vibration and frequency. So that's what voodoo does. It takes the energy and try to put something at a certain vibration and frequency. That's what all the sounds are. All the sounds set up a certain frequency and a certain vibration. Yeah, voodoo real? Yeah, because it's science. You thought it was some creep. Voodoo is science. Voodoo is quantum physics. Okay, instead of they're taking the fear out of voodoo. What is voodoo? Voodoo is quantum physics. That's what voodoo is. Quantum physics. It's physics on the quantum level. Everything breaks down into energy, frequency, and vibration. That's what voodoo is once you study it. I mean, yeah, they practicing that shit. Their leader practicing it. They might not call it voodoo. Yeah, they practicing. That's how they rule the world right now. Look at your dollar bill. That's voodoo. Look on the back of it. All those symbols, that's all voodoo. Energy. When you hold your dollar bill with the pyramid and the eye, that's energy. And since this is a mind universe, your mind is going to reflect what you believe or what you think is going on. Those are all African sciences. African has been made afraid of it. Oh, that's why they gave you Islam, Christianity, and Hebrew. This shit that ain't real. Well, they practice your religion. I've done too many shows showing you guys that's what the elite do. We think the Rothschilds and Rockefellers are doing when they doing those rituals in those mansions in America and England and France. They doing your spirituality that they told you to be scared of. They doing African spirituality, which is African science. While you over there praying to some fucking some cracker who never lived named Muhammad, Islam, Allah Akbar, all that dumb shit. Are you in a church going, praise the Lord Jesus? They doing real rituals. They understand sex, magic, and how light works. That's called working light. Exactly. It's to scare you. Exactly right. You're worshiping the devil. Exactly right, Mumpy Daffy. Your spiritual systems of science. But now you've been told by them to put it down, and that's why we're on the bottom too. Exactly right, Lando. Spirituality is science. African science, which is real. They've proven in the lab. You can't prove none of that goofy ass Islam shit or none of that goofy Christian shit because it ain't real. It's not real. It's used to, you threw away all your traditions while they the ones doing your tradition. Shit. Got you scared of your own shit. Oh, you're worshiping the devil. What? There's no devil. You're working energy, light. Tricks form the name energy and make it light. Say it's light. Everything is light at a certain vibration and frequency. So when they're doing these rituals, they're trying to work light, even though they're less beings, but them coming together in those rituals, they making more what? More energy, more light. That's what they're doing. They know the science. They stole all the papyrus out of goddamn Kemet and all the papyrus from the fucking Moors who brought those secret societies. All those secret societies started from the Moors. The Africans from Senegal, Gambia, Mali, Mauritania, who went into damn Europe and taught the European all this shit. And the Islamic names meant I, self, Lord, and Master. Not that bullshit that the goofy Islam believes. It meant I. It's the same thing coming out of Kemet. I, self, Lord, and Master. Islam. I, self, Lord, and Master. Know thyself. But for the dumb, they think Islam is some goofy motherfucker coming out of Saudi Arabia and shit. No, that ain't, no. Hell no. The esoteric part of Islam is real, the Sufism, which was the African, the Sufi. But now you got the fake cracker Muslim being a Sufi Muslim. The Sufi Islam is real. The Islam, all the other ones, that's that fake shit. Like the Gnostic Christian is real. The regular Christian is phony. Like the Kabbalah, Hebrew shit is real. The regular Hebrew shit is phony. Kabbalah came out of Kemet. Islam came out of Kemet. Christianity came out of Kemet. The esoteric versions, the real versions of it, which has nothing to do with the other versions of the religion. Esoteric parts of it, the Sufi Muslim, Sufism, meant woolly-headed one, the black people. Come out of Senegambia, Mauritania. One's doing real science. You scared of it. You don't know how to use it. And all you gotta do is look at, you got a cell phone, right? That's energy. That's a wave that shoots energy from a tower to your phone. It wouldn't work. That's the same thing you would do. You were technology using frequency and energy to move the waves around. It's science. Is a cell phone worshiping the devil? Oh, motherfucker got a cell phone. I can't see where the energy's coming from. It just works. That's devil worshiping. Oh my God. Well, it came from it wasn't first a Ku Klux Klan is those fraternities, the outfits, the outfits, General Mosquito, are Moorish in origin, right? All those things that they taught the white man coming out, like I said, Senegambia region. They go into Europe and start teaching the white man all these traditions of how the universe really works. The African don't even know no more. You go to Senegambia, they don't know what the fuck you're talking about no more. They're the ones who brought it to the European. So those were initiation outfits that they wore. And so the white man can't create and just copy and paste. Those outfits go back to Moorish tradition in Europe. Those secret societies. Yeah, he took it. Yeah, exactly right. Your mosquitoes are all your traditions. Everything's created by you, but we go to sleep And then they take your history and they lie about it and put their face on it. You think it's them. Oh, you black people ain't never done nothing. Us, you've done everything. It's all your tradition. And then they turn around and make you scared of your own science. It's just science. But they made it spooky for you now. Oh, spooky holds the devil. Oh my God, can't it? Oh, it's real. Stuff is real. When you see voodoo practitioners be able to raise their vibration, then they become somewhat etherical. That's just they change the vibration. That's real. Now they can move through walls and all that crazy shit. That shit is real. It's been done in the lab. I showed you guys years ago for the channel got taken down. They were doing this shit in the lab. It's all African. You raise your vibration, you start moving through the fucking wall. Everything has what? A vibrational indentation. If you can go against the vibration of the third dimension, now you're going between dimensions. That means you can go through the walls and all that shit. Like a fucking ghost. That's just science. It's real. They done in the lab. I showed you where they understand how to take light. Take shit from the ether by using light. Slow down the vibrational level. And they brought something from nothing, from the etherical to the third dimension. That's science. That's real. Because just because you can't see it don't mean it don't exist. And that's what you used to know as an African. Wasn't scary. You knew you couldn't see everything because you live in a small micromagnetic spectrum, right? A small visual spectrum. Just because you can't see it exist, the vibration outside your vision doesn't mean it's not there. There's shit sitting by me right now in this motherfucking car. It's sitting by my ass right now, looking at me. I can't see it because I'm not vibrating in that dimension, in that vibration. But that motherfucker can see me. I can't see it. That's what we're talking about. That was your African spirituality, and you knew that. That's why you could talk to the ancestors. You think that's weird. There's no such thing as death. This is the dream world, remember? This is the illusion. Your body is an illusion. Only the spirit is real. That's why when I said when G-Man would give you a reading, that was the frequency that you came here in this dimension at. Their science is now catch up with you already knew. African spirituality. I already told you this is an illusion. There's no such thing as death. That's why the African was a great warrior. You didn't. Now you're weak and soft and fucked up because you got Islam and Christianity. You're scared about death. Oh, I'll give you 13 virgins when you're down and dumb shit. There's no death. You are an eternal spirit. There's no death for you. No such thing as death, and you knew that. Well, you was a great warrior. You didn't no damn death. You either vibrate high enough to lead this existence, or you come back. You just reincarnate in this bitch. There's no death for you, and their science has caught up to that now. But that was your African science. You was so scared of it. You got your goopy ass church shit telling you die with ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and you're gonna stay away from Jesus. You don't die. This science has already showed you that now. Go to quantum physics. The atom is empty space. You don't die. There's no such thing as death. Especially for you, as a black melanated being, is not. And now all black people are scared to die. And black people understand these traditions that you brought from Africa while they celebrate death in New Orleans. Because it was a going home. It wasn't a death. We're supposed to be crying, oh God, oh no, they're dead, oh my God, oh my God, they're dead, oh shit, oh no, why, Lord Jesus, did you take my grandma? Oh, she was only 93, oh Lord, why did you take Granny? She's only 93. Oh, she has so much living to do. Oh God. 2 days later, Granny's born to some other black person, either a man or female, somewhere else in the fucking world. But you knew all that. That was your science. That's real. So you would celebrate homecoming because you hope somebody was vibrating high enough to get out of this existence. So they wouldn't have to repeat, come back to the third dimension. That's why death was a celebration. It was why they didn't Kim gave you all that shit in them damn tunes. Hoping you had vibrated high enough to get your ass out of here. If not, come back. But now y'all the church folks, y'all with the religions and shit. Oh Lord, Granny died. Oh. No such thing as death. And the funny, the crack of science is now caught up with that and knows that. Then there must not be no death. That's right. Energy can never be created nor destroyed. It's constant. The figure 8, it's eternal. The universe is infinite. Hey, white man, oh, the universe is expanding. The universe is not expanding. It's infinite. There's no expanding. There's no expanding in the universe. It's infinite. Like you. There's no beginning. There's no end. Infinite. If I can't wrap your mind around it, no, the universe is expanding. Ain't no fucking expanding. The universe is infinite. And as you go into existence, you're gonna tour the whole damn thing. Here, whatever dimension you're gonna be in. You're gonna have a chance to experience every damn thing. You are infinite. No death for you. There's just one existence for your spirit. There's no such thing as death for you. That's why your religions taught you. You didn't have religion. You had science. By voodoo, you know that. And all your ancient African traditions, which is really the same thing. You knew there was no death. Death is just a transition. One energetic force to the next energetic force. That's it. Scared of no damn death. It doesn't exist. This is a dream world. The real world is the spirit world. This is an illusion. Then we get meditated. Who created this motherfucking illusion? What's this shit about? That's the question you gotta ask. That's the real question. Who the fuck created this goddamn illusion? And why the fuck am I in it? Am I in it by choice? That's the question. Am I in this motherfucking illusion by choice or by force? That's the $1 million question. Am I in this illusion by choice or by force? Because I don't want to be in this by choice because it's a wicked ass illusion. Some wicked shit going on in this motherfucker. That's the question. Am I in this illusion by force? You guys comment. See, exactly right. See, Mumpy Damper said he grew up believing they were evil. His own African spirituality in Senegal was the real shit because of a false teachings that came in late. Come that real side, and it's not just Mumpy. We all were given that. I grew up believing this shit was evil too. I was in the church, so me and Mumpy Damper in the same place. I grew up believing all this shit was evil. You grew up in the system. So that's how you know. No, that's how you know you're not here by choice. Because the system is making you believe what's real is evil. See, that's when you got to start using critical thinking. Okay, what's real is demonized as evil. So who's the motherfucking wizard behind the curtain? And you got to understand what was the Wizard of Oz. I think I told you guys this years ago. The Wizard of Oz is based on your African spirituality. Somebody is behind the curtain, and that's where we are the people in the wiz. We're going to look for the wizard, the guy. But there's a motherfucker behind the curtain showing you an illusion, right? Falling over, speaking in tongues, and other con bullshit. Exactly right, Dina. So at what's real is demonized, so that you know you're not here by choice. That this is a prison for your soul. And so that's when you guys start going deep. If I'm not here by choice, and everything I'm learning is a motherfucking lie, and that's what your ancestors told you too. So they right again. But we told not to believe our ancestors are wrong, they're dumb, they're evil, wicked. That's a damn lie. Your ancestors were the most loving, righteous, humane people that ever walked the planet. They didn't genocide anybody. They didn't murder and kill anybody. But they're the evil ones. But everybody from that goopy Islam murdering people, that Christianity murdering people, that dumbass Buddhism and then the Hebrew shit murdering people. But they're the righteous ones. So that you know something is behind the fucking curtain. Something that's able to sit out of this illusion and see inside this illusion. Also interact with the motherfucking illusion. So imagine this, if you guys have seen Star, imagine this the holodeck. Because it's a holographic universe. Science has already proven this now. Right? So imagine you inside the holodeck, but you don't know you're in a holodeck. You don't know you're in a hologram. This is an illusion. The motherfuckers outside the door are looking in to you, looking at you interact within the holodeck that they created. Not only are they able to look in at your ass, they're able to come into the holodeck and interact with your ass. So they can interact and deceive you because you don't know that this is a holodeck that you're in, and you don't know that the motherfucker can leave and come in at will. He'll be just talking to the motherfucker like he's a regular person in the holodeck with your ass. You don't know you're in a holodeck. And you don't know that this motherfucker can walk out the damn holodeck, change his vibration like that, disappear right in front of your motherfucker. He's not going to do that. He'll be like, oh, goddamn, what the fuck was that? Because you're not going to understand vibration and frequency. If I switch my frequency on your ass, I disappear because you're not seeing me in that same, vibrational frequency anymore. Disappear right on your motherfucking ass. That's science. That's real. The goddamn Mzungu could just be a puppet being used to some else. That's what they are doing. That's why they were created. I'm glad you realized exactly. I had to go through all that learning too. You know, exactly right, Mosquito. Exactly what they're here to do. Because something that's on the level of you needs you to stay within this vibrational frequency to feed off you. Remember, you're nothing but energy. The body's an illusion. So everybody close their eyes and just think of yourself as an energy being. Think of yourself as an energy being. Right? Now, none of this shit is here. It's an illusion. Everything you think you see is not real. You can touch it and feel it, bang on shit, but it's not real. It just slowed down vibratory energy, right? It slowed down vibratory. Now, I want you to close your eyes and just think of yourself as black people, it's just been a bunch of energy. You're nothing but a spirit, your energy. Something is outside you feeding on your energy. Something is feeding on your energy. And to keep the hustle going while your lifespan's been shortened to 100 years, so you're supposedly leave the holodeck by death, start death. You leave this hologram, this deck. You go to the light. You like open the door and you're going to light. You think, oh, this is God. So this thing is like, yeah, God. Oh, am I in heaven? Yeah, you're in heaven. The next you know, your mind is wiped clean. You're tossed back in this holodeck as a child. You don't know. You don't know you was General Mosquito 2 days ago. You're now Jimmy White, born in California to Catherine and James. You cry. Cry. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Whatever his name, let's name him Bob. Whatever the hell they name you. So you grew up your whole life being Bob, caught in the same church. You're either going to be, your parents are Islamic or Christian, Hebrew. You're going to take on those fake attributes. And if you're lucky, you'll spend your whole life trying to come out of that line. And you might, that lifetime, you might not even know it's a lie. You might spend your whole life as some imam, or some pastor or whatever the fuck. Trying to retain the knowledge back that you lost the life before. Oh, did you download? I don't know. I don't know what was the name of it. You know, I've done so many damn videos, you know, Mosquito. So many channels got lost. So many channels been taken down. I don't know which one it is, but like I was saying, you know, the sinister part is that these motherfuckers can interact in this dimension. You ain't know the fuck you're talking to. Hold on, y'all. All right, let me know if you guys can hear me or not. I have to go out and come back in. I got a damn phone call. Usually I got to go out and come back in. Hold on, let me go out and come back in. One, two, one, two, one, two. Am I back? One, two, one, two, one. Well, you guys hear me all right? Take my own sound. One, two, one, two. One, two, one, two, one. Well, you guys hear me all right? All right, cool. And so this knowledge that we're talking about scares most black people. Like I said, it's still there in Africa, and the shamans have guarded it. Oh shit! On my damn, on my damn, lean on my damn horn. This is the code, but you ain't seen the Hebrew Israelites out there preaching. Don't they believe in a God? They don't believe in it. They believe in it. Funny part, go. I haven't seen that. I usually see some. I haven't seen that either. I haven't thought about that, Mosquito. I haven't seen none about it either. I ain't seen them out in the corner hollering and screaming that idiotic shit either. they're, they're the most annoying bastards. God, the Hebrew Israelite Negroes. Oh, God, shut up. And you don't believe Yahweh is going to take care of you, Jehovah, whatever the goofy name is. And so and people and see, and people get mad at us talking about they sky daddies are not real. That's gonna happen. You guys have been talking to sky daddies since you guys found me. Anything, nothing's ever happened to me. I've got cancer. Allah hasn't put this cancer on me, or Jehovah ain't put his cancer or his wickedness on me, because I know it's not real. Okay, I know it's not real. I actually know this. Not that I think that the shit's not real. I know when the religion was created, how it was given us, and that's how you know you're not in the class, because you wouldn't be given so many lies to overcome. You wouldn't be given this Islam bullshit, this Christianity bullshit. You wouldn't be given these lies, because it spends your whole life when you're indoctrinated as a child. It's hard to come out of religion. Now, you know how hard it was for me to come out of Christianity? Scared to death. And what am I believing? Crying. I was young, crying in my damn dorm about Jesus not being real. This stuff is wicked. It's wicked. Because you believe there is no all because the religion is not real. No, dummy. The creator is real. The creator of everything, not called a God. The creator of everything is real. The religion is not real. And just because the religion is not real doesn't mean your ancient African tradition, sciences, that's what they talked about, the creator, the real all. You know, so, and as Dr. John Henry Lewis told you, all these religions are nothing more than male chauvinist sex cults. All these good religions disrespect women. All of them. That's why you got the Arab woman over there wrapped up like a fucking mummy. Because the white man hates his women. Another reason why they over there, because they're in desert lands that they stole from the Africans and they can't be in the sun. That's why they were wrapped up in that shit. Black people didn't even dress in that shit. And that's what he said, that all murderers, male chauvinists, murder death cults. That's they are. Read them goofy ass. I read the Quran over and over. Read them surahs that tell that your woman is property and you tell her shut the fuck up and smack her. It's all good. You can rape her. That's in them goofy surahs. There is no all. There is no high vibrational being telling you it's all right to rape a woman. We're talking about vibratory rape now. There's no all, no divine entity that would ever authorize some shit like that. But you being in a low vibrational, ignorant state, you take the religion and you think that's the word of the all, or you call it God. It damn sure ain't word of the all. It can be word of your goofy God. Also in the Christian insanity shit that disrespect the women. Your woman's supposed to shut up while you're talking, all this crazy shit. Has nothing to do with the all. That's all they are, male, yeah, male chauvinist, murderous sex cult. That's what that shit is. And that's why I was brought in. And it ain't funny. And none of these religions over 2,000 years old. None of them. Now, black people, you've been on this planet for at least over a million, at least, but over that. But these religions are new. But they're supposed to be the work of the all. And then even if you're in Africa, you just became a Islamic Negro or a Christian Negro in the last 200 to 500 years. So all your ancestors were evil. Who didn't rape, beat, hurt anybody? Are they evil? And he replaced everything that was righteous with some white man, some white Arab, whatever, who's an animal. Oh, some people think of this. I always use this logic. Now, you live in a universe, correct? You guys know where I'm going. Let's say some white God or some white Arab or whatever the fuck he is, whatever you call him, Jesus, Muhammad. Why would he create a galaxy, a universe, where he could not function in regularly? These white Arabs need these suntan lotions. These white Christians, this white Jesus, with these suntan lotions to walk around his existence without getting skin cancer. That's how you know these things are lies. What white guy creates an existence he can't function in? It's a lie. It's a lie. I think, see, you use sunglasses for what? Because it's swag, it's hip, it looks good. White people and these white Arabs use sunglasses because the sun hurts their eyes. They gotta wear them, especially in the summertime when the UV rays are higher. They don't wear sunglasses because it looks good, it's cool. They wear it because they got to. If a man dies when he goes to heaven, he will get 82 virgins. Yeah. Sorry, Muppet Dad. Sorry, Muppet Dad. I'm sorry. You gonna get it? Okay. Answer me this, Muppet Dad. But if you're dying, if you're a spirit now, how are you getting all these women to come to you? Their spirits too, right? So how are you copulating with these virgins in the spirit world? And I want you to think critically. If you are a spirit, Muppet Dad, how are you copulating with these virgins? and if they're spirits, how are they having baby spirits? So how could you be a virgin or a non-virgin, Mumpy? How could you be a virgin or a non-virgin? I want to clear your African mind. Yeah, I want to clear your African mind here, Mumpy. He said I thought it was 74. That's right. How many? Of course, it justifies it because they're about men, they're masculine, it's a sex cult, it's phony. There's no supreme being authorized on that wicked ass shit. The all is pure love and vibration. We can't even know the all's name because we're not high enough on that vibrational level. Y'all male chauvinist, death, murder, sex cult. But they are. Like Mumpy David believe. He's gonna get okay. How are you having sex with these women in the spirit form? And why were they virgins up there? That sounds ridiculous because you're dumbed down. We're stupid. We can laugh because it sounds ridiculous, but to a child who's uneducated, that I would believe that crazy shit too. It is, but it's funny. It's disrespectful to us as human, as a man too. It's some disrespectful, idiotic shit. But you're gonna get these virgins. How are you gonna have sex with these virgins in the spirit form? You're only in this form, this three-dimensional form, to experience the three dimensions. So how are you having all these virgins? How would you know? They wouldn't have private parts as spirit. You're nothing but energy. You're a spirit, Mumpy. So in the spirit world, you're neither male nor female. You're just energy. You're both. That's why your brain has a female side and a masculine side. See, in human form, it's all your African spirits. It's all your African side. If you're a woman, you are a female. You're feminine, masculine. You're both. You're both. That's why the female side of your brain is the right side and the male is the left. But you're both. If you're a male, you're masculine, feminine. You're yin and yang. The yin and yang must come together. Right? But in spirit form, you're neither male nor female. You're just energy. You're both. You're both masculine and feminine in the energetic spirit world because the all is female and masculine. And more than that. More than that. So you're not gonna have all these. You're not gonna have a female because you're both in the spirit form. And I don't think you run around the spirit world, Mumpy Damper, with a penis. I don't think in the spirit form, in the spirit of energy, you got your penis out there flopping. You don't got no clothes on. You're a spirit, Mumpy Dabbert. So are you walking around naked, flopping your penis in front of women? The 74 virgins? Are these women, are these virgins butt naked? Because the spirit form, where your clothes at? Are they walking with their private parts just showing for your Mumpy? I want you guys to think. That's how bad these religions make you think. Think. We need you to think. What women are rewarded with. I don't want no female virgins. Exactly. You know, because it's a male, you're not rewarded with nothing, Adina. The religion's a lie. Islam was created by the Vatican because they couldn't get them to worship the Jesus myth, right? The Vatican created Islam because they couldn't get the nomadic individuals to believe that Jesus was a God. So they repackaged it, right? That's why Quran means what? Bible verses or Bible teachings, whatever. But I know you follow it back, the Catholic Church created that Islam shit because they couldn't, because they were using it to dominate the globe. So since they, and the nomadic people of Asia would not accept that this man was a god. So they repackaged. That's why it's under the same Hebrew shit. The same shit. Right? Which is made for what? Their culture, which they would accept. So now they got the other half of the world dominated by the same goofy religion, Abraham and Isaac story. It's a lie. It does, because I want you to think. I want you to think how, because we've not been told that, we've been taught not to critically think. So when you start to stop and then critically think, you know what they told you a lie, and that your African spirituality is truth, because science proves what your ancestors told you, proven with science. They told you this illusion. You're like, oh, this ain't no illusion. The church told me not illusion. And then there's quantum physics say, hey, this is really an illusion. But that's what your ancestors have been saying for thousands of years, that this is an illusion. It does not exist. But your goofy church book ain't told you that. Your goofy Quran ain't told you that. But science. Ask any goddamn physicist, he'll tell you, yes, this is an illusion. But your ancestors already told you this. Your ancestors already told you these are facts of science. Your ancestors have been known this was an illusion. And they also figured out when somebody created this motherfucker. And I'm not here by choice. I'm not here by choice. So it means I'm here by force. They also figured that out because your ancestors were geniuses. Say, I'm not here by choice. I got to be here by force. Something's got me stuck in this goddamn illusion for a reason. Something's got me stuck in this illusion for a reason. That's in all your ancient texts, all throughout Africa. And it's funny, and the science is saying the same thing. Because your spirituality wasn't what we call it. Your spirituality was science. And this wicked ass thing created this religion. I told you it's able to what? Come in and out of this holodeck, this existence, and manipulate shit. So all these things were now worshiping it. Worshiping it. This Yahweh, this Jesus, whatever the fuck his name is. Who is a black entity just like me and you. A carbonated being, because he's on the same frequency. And so since it controls this existence, this illusion, it told you up is down, down is up, good is bad, bad is good. All these perversions and shit. These people that showed up from nowhere, you can't even find it. They want to tell you white people came from black people going up in the cold and changing. You out your fucking mind. Science don't even support that. But to be in this illusion, you got to say that. Well, you're different biologically. Your selenium base, they are sulfuric base. So you could not have come down the same what? Genetic tree. Just like the Asian is sulfuric. The East Indian is sulfuric. That means they're animal based biology. That means you didn't go in the snow and turn into some cracker. Then you walked down the street and then you became an Asian and then an East Indian. That's a fucking lie. It's a lie. But to go in their institutions of learning, you must agree and adhere to the lie. Because their institutions are what? Indoctrination. You've been indoctrinated with lies. Because it's uniformity lies. You got to agree with the uniformity lies to pass those classes. We say, well, damn, if we're the most diverse genetically, evolution can't be real. Because I always tell you, can't evolve backwards. Everybody's got a phone. Just look who has the most diverse genetics. African people. So that means if evolution it was real, it'd be the white man here was first. And he turned into you because the genes got better, not worse. Evolution means to evolve to something better, not evolve backwards into something worse. Right? So that's another thing, evolution is a lie. And then you got hybrid genetics called Neanderthal that you don't have unless you've been fucking white people or you're mixed. And I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just reporting the truth. Don't get mad at me. I'm just telling you what the facts are. I didn't make the facts. They were the facts. So you got hybrids running the planet. It's another fact. Telling you the original that the hybrids who got it 2 damn days ago create these fucked up religions are right and you're wrong. You're running around, you'll kill me because of hybrid and his religion. Right? These are hybrids, these are facts. So how does something, if it evolved, can evolve to a hybrid, if there's such thing called evolution, they would tell you all the cold changed their hair and the color of their eyes, all lies. Their hair is fur. How's cold give you fur? Your hair is not fur if you're African descent. You don't got fur. That's why you don't get lice. These are all facts, but you're not allowed to say these simple facts because evolution is a lie. Now all of a sudden, you mean I go in the cold, now I got fur on my head, and now I get bugs in it too? Well, if I was, okay, since I evolved, still, okay, I get you. Why do I get bugs into my hair before I evolve? Since I'm the beginning, and I'm evolving, why don't the bugs get caught up in my motherfucking head too? No, question. I want to know. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. One true hybrid. That's a fact. Because that's how you know this is not a class. If the illusion was a class, you would be here to learn and you would get the truth. But since you're inundated with nothing but lies, it means you're kept here by force. So, question, who's keeping me here by fucking force? Because up is down and down is up in this world. Lies are validated. Can't know the truth, energy. Even the planet itself, I showed you guys. Other people now have shown it finally. You look at the globe is wrong. The globe is right side up. That's not how the globe looks. So why would they do that? And who would do that for what purpose? You think Africa's upside down. So when they said upper Kemet, lower Kemet, they were right. Because they knew the globe the way it was, right side up. When you look at the globe and learn the globe, it's wrong, upside down. They turned the globe upside down on us. Go look at every ancient map. Europe is on the bottom of the damn planet, not on top. Africa is on top in the northern hemisphere. Europe is in the southern hemisphere. But since the European being with this thing created wants to be on top, they flipped the earth upside down. Now Europe is on top, Africa on the bottom. You get that? Even metaphorically, they've changed that to have Africa on the bottom. And it's not the way the globe looks. They turn the globe upside fucking down in your mind. In your mind. Upside down in your damn mind. Exactly. The man is the lowest form of light. Exactly right. Vibration and frequency to be held in a electromagnetic field. That's right. I mean, pure energy has been reduced in order to be held in a matter. Exactly right, Lando. That is brilliant. That's what I'm saying. That's true. Itro hybrid. Okay, it's I. Okay, itro hybrid. That's funny. That's exactly right, Lando. That's exactly right. It's the refractioning of light down to its lowest level. We're not the lowest level. We still got the second and the first dimension with all these damn beams coming. Because to be able to house something in a white body, it has to come from the second or first dimension. So when we're talking about what microwave, what's lower than our sight? I can't remember. Microwave and radio waves is from that dimension. That's why they're so damn wicked. Hell yeah, they did a number on us. Hell yeah. Our minds are fucked up, Mosquito. So what Lando's saying is exactly right. I couldn't say it much better than that. Everybody read Lando's comment and put in the thing. If I can put inside my thing. Because that's what you are, light. You're light at a lower vibration. What he said is perfect. Right? I can get on my damn phone here. Orlando says, right, you are light at a slower vibration. I mean, you're able to house in this magnetic field. So your body is it's a magnetic field that you're in. It's a magnetic field. So you are a lower form of light. So if you're a lower form of light being melanated, what are white people, Asians, and East Indians? They're even lower forms of light. To be able to be in the same dimension, it means the vibration rate of the planet is low. So when I told you the vibrational rate of the planet was changing, Landon just put it exactly where I wanted to go. Just when the vibrational rate is changing, that's the reason now why they're dying out. Because the vibrational rate is raising. And they can't stay in this existence. So that's why they gotta need to vaccinate you niggas to keep the vibrational rate lower or either murder you off so the vibrational rate does not change. Because the vibrational rate as you moving through space and time is going back up because you're headed towards Sirius. So the vibratory rate is going to change and these hybrids would not be able to exist in this frequency as it gets higher. You won't be able to house these low vibrational beings in these white people. That's why this sperm count is less than 0. They can't procreate, them and Asians, because they're not, the vibratory rate is changing. So they're going to die off the planet. That's why they chemtrail in the skies, talking about blotting out the sun, because the vibratory rate is changing. That's a good question about the animals. That's a good question. That's a damn good question. I haven't studied enough about the animals to know what kind of frequency of light they're in. That's a really good question. That hasn't been my number one goal of study, Hank. That's a good question. But there would have to be lower forms of light because light is consciousness, right? Anything conscious, depending on what form of light it's in, so they couldn't be too housed as a high vibrational frequency. Because unless they were dolphins and whales are another mammal, so they're high vibratory beings. They're like what, an insect or some shit like that? No, that's little light. So I'm sure the consciousness level of an insect is low in vibration. As far as a cow, a dog, a cat, and remember, all those are hybrids. All those animals were created by the African when he fell in dimension here. All these animals that we're talking about all got what? Human genetics. Why the dog has human genetics. Why the damn monkey and all these have human genetics. They started creating these motherfucking animals with their light. Remember, everything is light. They took their light code and started creating these fucking animals on this bitch. Remember, all these animals have one thing in common. They have human genetics. Like I showed you, the dog has human genetics. Tigers, goats, all these have human genetics. They took their light code and put in the insects. They took insects into these mammals. Everything came from insect. That's why the European comes from an insect. That's why in Kemet they showed you a man's body with an insect head. They took the insects from the insects from the ether, from the etheric, and they took their light code and they would start what? Doing genetic manipulation. How the European comes about, that's why everybody has the what? Everybody has the beginning was what, I guess, the fruit fly. Everybody has the genetics of the fruit fly, except for us. If you're African, you don't got that shit. Because you came directly from what? The ether. You came directly from the spirit world. That's why you got no animal genetics. Nobody created you. You're not a hybrid. You're not a hybrid. Exactly right. Exactly right. Hybrid. Why are they going crazy with all this damn climate change shit? Exactly right. And no one stands for spiritual. That has nothing to do with us. The climate is going to change a bit. Exactly right. Exactly right. Damn, I keep leaning on my fucking horn. Shit, sitting there. I even lower because they can synthesize at greater frequency. Okay. Yeah, the ether is the quantum well. Exactly right. Unsunken one. Ether is the quantum world. Exactly right. So when people tell you that was real, now, oh no, it's the demon, it's the devil, it's against Allah and Jesus, all that shit. You know, it's real. This quantum world, that's real. It exists. Ether is real. So I got to argue with nobody unless you're a dummy, unless you're a religious nut. Ether is real. So when they would pull light, and as they shit, I gotta get that video that shows you in the lab. They learn how to pull shit out the ether, shit from the quantum into the light, pull light into the physical. They lowered down the vibrational rate, and they pulled that shit into the damn physical in the lab. It's all African science. That's why when you focus on something using your brain light, and you generate enough light, you can bring it to the physical, from the ether to the physical. That's why you're supposed to raise your vibrational level. So when you knew in Kim how they built the pyramid, nobody stacked no fucking ton of bricks. Are you insane? You know, a whole bunch of workers for 20 years stacked bricks. You out your fucking mind. At 1 second, you had to 1 second at a time. And those bricks were quarried 60, 70 miles down in fucking Aswan. Ain't got no damn boat that can carry that heavy shit. You can manipulate the ether with your mind. You have such a high vibrational rate, you can levitate shit. That's real. There's science. I showed you guys that through what? through cymatics, through sound, that you levitate shit by changing the frequency of sound. Cymatics. They showed you that in their own lab. Losing sound waves, you can vibrate goddamn bowling balls and have them levitate and all this other shit. But you were more advanced at it back then. That's real. And they, oh, this devil, it's cartoon shit. Because you don't understand how frequency and sound work. They're starting to understand that. When you can loosen up a magnetic field around something, now it can float. All this is science. All is real. The further you go in dimensional beings, that's when you can pull shit from straight light. So as you think it becomes, because you're working with light, you can reflect that much light out of your entity and you can create it. Boom! Because you're vibrating at a high frequency. Everything is energy. Everything is light. That's what's real. That's why you working on your subconscious is the most important thing. Your life is a reflection of what you're thinking, because you're thinking is light. If your subconscious is all fucked up, go back and learn. That's why the Africans taught the world how to meditate. Come from no Asia. Came from you. They took it to Asia and they killed those kingdoms and claimed the technology. That came from you. That you're going to slow down your mind and consciously control your subconscious. Now you can project light into the subconscious and now create your existence. That's real. Because this is what an illusion, a hologram, it's an illusion. So if you learn how to work light in your subconscious is the goddamn movie reel. You learn to change the movie, you can live the life you want to live. Exactly right. And replace them with the with the hologram, the other one with the disc and now the digital. Yeah. Because remember, the record players were melanated. And so that frequency would heal you. That pop, and that's why you put anything down on a record player, it feels better to your soul. It's real. And also, that's why what? They changed the frequency of music. They learned all this shit. Science. That's why they changed the frequency. Oh, man, this shit is healing these niggas. They turned it from 432 hertz to 444. Shit that's ripping you inside, ripping you up. Just like they did with the damn, changing your music to all this criminal shit. And hip-hop is garbage. They know that influences the mind subconsciously. Because we don't understand science, we thought it was harmless. Oh, that shit is the most dangerous shit on the planet. Listen to that. What you look at, what you intake, they say garbage in, garbage out, that's real. What your eyes see, what your ears listen to, because you're melanated, that shit goes straight to your subconscious. And then that affects what? The subconscious is your movie reel. As the subconscious believes it will start acting that shit out in your life. And it'll bring you that filth back to your life. But you used to know all this science. All this is science. You used to know all this. How the universe actually really works. So why are you not allowed to know this? If this is a class, this is a classroom. I used to believe that shit too. This is a class, and you die and you come back, you learn. How you gonna learn and everything's a lie? Everything's a fucking lie. How's it gonna be a classroom and everything's a goddamn lie? How you learn in a classroom when the teacher's teaching you nothing but lies? This ain't no damn classroom. This is a prison planet. To capture souls for this thing to get energy off of. Can't learn a classroom full of lies. You got all these duplicates. Everybody knows it's a lie. Why all these fake religions are allowed to exist if something's true? The real, if you say, no, these religions are phony, this is the real truth. Boom, that because you would learn. You would know the truth. You wouldn't be fighting each other, killing each other over a lie. You would know the truth, and you would take the truth and engage in the truth and lift yourself up by the truth. It's like you said, Mumpy talking about, he thought when he dies he'll get 84 virgins. Oh my God. That's why you got people out here blowing themselves up and shit. As the children are doctored, you seen them Islam country with them damn madrasas as a child. They're inundated and indoctrinated with that bullshit. If your mind has always taught that goofy shit for all your life, that's what you believe. You're indoctrinated with that shit. Repeating that goofy shit over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's called brainwashing. We're in the spirit world, and you got the spirit world, you got somebody with a fucking penis, somebody with a vagina. When you're having sex, where you having sex at? In the just, you know, well, all these birds, they just circle around you. Do they eat? Do you got them all in one house? Where these virgins come and how these virgins say they say, yeah, you blew yourself up, so you get to have all our coochie. You get to have our coochies out. It is so ridiculous because, of course, you're critical thinking. But you're a child growing up, you're going to believe that. Then everything you're taught that's real is evil. It teaches you everything that's real is evil. So you don't even delve into what's actually truthful anymore. You're taught it's evil. That's how you know. There ain't no fucking classroom when the right shit to learn is evil. And the good shit that is supposed to be good is really evil. 84 virgins, goddamn. Exactly right. They lowered yes, I agree with that, Lana. They lowered the Earth's vibrational rate by blocking out the sun's rotation time. I agree with you. I agree with you. That's why that fucking moon was put up there too. That moon is not a natural organic object. That moon blocks the frequency of the sun too. They get to drink wine from the river. What rivers out there? Okay, if you're a spirit, Mumpy Danford, you don't need to eat or drink. You're etherical. Only in the third dimension would you need to eat or drink anything. As an eternal spirit, as a spirit, there are no water is not now. This stuff is never physical anymore, Mumpy. As a spirit, you're not gonna be drinking from any rivers because you are a spirit. Nothing is physical anymore, so you won't be doing any drinking, and you won't be doing any. You won't be by any river. Unless you yourself, because you're a creator, Muppet, you are part of God. Unless you create that existence for yourself. And no one can stop you from doing that. Unless you're caught in this reincarnation cycle. You got the power to do that once you're out this body, Mumpy, to create any existence you want from the mind. That's your power. That's another fact that you don't know. That's a fact. You want to create yourself a little third dimensional realm, you can do that. Because a motherfucker done it to us right here. This is an illusion here. That's real. You can create the same thing, just don't make it wicked. Don't try to trap no souls in the shit. Don't make it wicked. Yeah, you're in the spirit world. You're not going to be drinking. You don't need to eat no more. You're a spirit. There's no eating. What are you eating? You are a spirit. Spirit world is just like this. This is a 3D existence, right? This doesn't exist. You are really just etherical energy. Okay, so where you drinking Where you drinking wine and shit from? And who's making the wine in the spirit world, Muffy Danford? Who's making that shit? People. So I got to work as a spirit to make you wine. And shit is just so damn ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. We don't. Shit is just so damn ridiculous. You understand that? It's so ridiculous. If galaxies are great, and you're able to do that, that's all that shit is true. But you vibrate at a certain frequency, you become a co-creator with the all. That's what you're supposed to vibrate to become a co-creator with the all. You'll never be as high as the all, but you will have power to co-create. That's what you're seeing out there in the universe. People have you have you, you, you have beings so high that you would think they were God, but they're not. Who are creating other galaxies, because the universe is infinite. There's no beginning, there's no end to this shit. It's infinite. And not just in this is just one dimensional. Imagine universe in different dimensions. It's a universe of different dimensional levels as well as being infinite. So it's hard to wrap our minds around that because, as Landos correctly said, we are low light. We're vibrating on such a low frequency, not all the way low, but low enough that we're in this existence. We can't even wrap our minds around infinite dimensions, infinite universe. We're gonna be having 80 virgins and drinking wine out of a river. Yeah, you can do that once you Guess you walking around with your Johnson out. I don't think you're gonna be peeing and shitting in the etherical realm, Muffy Damp. I don't think you're gonna be taking a dump, taking a crap, and pissing in the etheric form, Muffy Damp. That's just what I'm saying. I don't think you're gonna be able to doo and pee when you are an etheric being. So I think you have these bunch of virgins. And who are the father of these virgins in the spirit realm? Who are they fathers? All these virgins. Who they got fathers? But of course not. Because as an etherical being, you are timeless and endless. There's no beginning to end for you, just like the all. So they wouldn't have no fathers. So it wouldn't be nobody as no damn virgin because they had experiences throughout the ages. It's another lie. How can be anybody virginal? It couldn't be because it's infinity means they've had other experiences. You know. But they all of a sudden just created a bunch of virgins from nothing. Boom. Hey, what you doing? I'm a virgin. I just got created yesterday. We all was. We all was. Yeah, we all have our minds messed up. Me too, me included. She's gonna come up with Sally left behind them. He going back. And the father be a pimp. Spirit shit. You know, you got to ask yourself, you walking in shit, and they put things on a physical level when you were being like unsuck, you being quantum form, you being etherical. There's no pissing, shitting, and all this crazy stuff. Your energy. But could you create once you get out? Yes. Yes. But you don't need any other. You do that yourself, Muffy. If you want to create an illusion of some women, you'll create it from your mind. Everything's light. That's your power as a being. That would have nothing to do with the all. That'd be some shit you do on your own. Nothing to do with the all. You blowing yourself up and being a good. Some nonsense. Nothing to do with you. You know, has nothing to do with you. I mean, has nothing to do with any Allah being. I know. I'm saying we don't have any. I know we don't have any agenda. That's what I'm telling them. We don't have any agenda. I know that. Yeah, we have polarity, of course. You mean, I'm just saying that we wouldn't have any agenda. Of course, it'd be polarity, feminine or masculine energy, of course. I'm just trying to give him a view, Mumpy and all Christians, to to think about how silly the things we've been taught. I was in it too. I just be preaching that Jesus shit hard to death, all that nonsense I was talking. You know Jesus, brother. Brother, you ain't nothing if you don't know Jesus, man. You don't know the Lord loves you, got a place for you in heaven. I just say all that crazy shit. Lord knows you, brother. As long as you know the Lord, give your life over to Jesus. I had to say all that crazy shit. I can look back and I can laugh now. That guy was insane with that. You grew up in that shit, man. It's unfortunate. It's unfair. It's evil. I think it's wicked that we grow up in that shit. We don't know the truth. I was be out there talking about you don't know the Lord, you don't know Jesus, man. You need to know the Jesus. I took that crazy shit all the way up to college, man. One of these, I was exactly what you call one of these Jesus nuts. That's what I was. One of these damn Jesus nuts. Shit. Didn't know nothing about the beginning, and that's the problem. We don't know no history. Given that shit as a child my whole life, believed in all the movies, and it's all a lie. So you start researching it. You know, you just believe the shit. You know the beginning though. Jesus is love. All that old crazy shit. But that wasn't Jesus. Jesus don't have a cat. No, if you're a Muslim, Jesus don't have a cat house for you. The brothel. That's Muhammad. Remember, they couldn't get they couldn't get the nomads in to understand Jesus as a God. Remember, so he's made in Islam, Jesus is just a what? A prophet. They couldn't believe there could be any son of God. I give them that. They couldn't believe that. So the Catholics slickly reversed it. Okay, they don't believe any son of God shit. That don't work. They don't believe any man could be God. So they, in their book, they made Jesus still one of the major prophets, but Muhammad being the last prophet, right? That was you gotta understand because they couldn't get them. The whole thing was to take over the world with this goofy religion called Christianity, but they couldn't get the nomadic tribes of Asia Minor to accept that shit. Like, man, ain't no motherfucking man, no God. Get out of here with that goofy shit. They wouldn't accept that. And said, oh man, these motherfuckers won't accept the Jesus shit. So what can we use? So they created another fake story about some dude being Muhammad in Saudi Arabia being illiterate because all of them were illiterate. They got to get the history right when they were creating the shit. Remember, there was no Arabic language. He got the African scribes to create the Arabic language. That's why Arabic is a Bantu language. Bantu, an African language, not no white Arab language. It's an African language with many different dialects. That's why if you go to Morocco, it's spoken differently than Egypt, or in Arabia or in Syria, spoken with different dialects. But they created this, and we got to create a language to go with this new goofy religion, because the old people would know it's alive, but the youth won't. Once we indoctrinate the youth, the religion will live on and get a life for itself, which it does. It did. Create a whole fake history behind it and shit. Why Right? And the sky tell you there's no existence of Muhammad ever living. Because he didn't live. It's made up. It's a made up story, like Santa Claus, like Jesus of Nazareth. The shit is made up by the same people who brought you the Jesus myth. Muhammad, it was a young kid and married some woman. He married all that old shit. This shit's a lie, made up. You got some goofy motherfuckers in Persia, which is Iran today, and oh, we are the great descendants of Muhammad. Not understanding Muhammad as a name. That's why they use the name. Muhammad meant good person or great individual. Why everybody out there is named fucking Muhammad with that goofy shit? Everybody's a fucking Muhammad this, Muhammad that. Muhammad was a person of prestige in that culture, right? That's why they named this prophet Muhammad. You got a lot of Islamic people who actually learn the truth too. They get threatened with their life when they tell the truth. Like that other, what's that motherfucker Salman Rushdie years ago told the truth where it came from. He called it, what he called it? It wasn't satanic, called satanic verses. It's not satanic, it came from the Catholic Church. They had a death, I think he died, but they had threatened his life, they're gonna kill his ass. Leave Islam, tell the truth, you'll get murdered. You know, chop off your fucking head, no crazy shit. But tell us the prophet said, any man that builds a mosque in this life will have a mansion in heaven. God damn. No, Mumpy, he did not exist. No, Mumpy. He did, just like Jesus never existed. No. Made up. Elaborate stories made up. No, he did not exist, Mumpy. Just like Jesus. Don't worry. You know why he didn't exist, Mumpy? Because Jesus never existed and they put the Jesus in your Quran. Made up. There never was anybody named Jesus of Nazareth. Never. The Jesus story came from Serapis. So they took Jesus, which was Zeus in Greece, and they used Jupiter. That becomes Jesus Christ. Christ is not a person. It was your spirituality. Christ means vibration, Mumpy. Same thing Lando's telling you about. When you raise your vibration level, Mumpy, this is your sign, you became Christos, the Christ. That's when you were inundated with light because you raised your vibration. Christ was a state of being, not a person. So they took your spirituality and put it into a story. Called him a man, Jesus Christ. Not. Christ is a vibrational level. That's why I told you, blackness is not a color, it's a vibration. And when you start getting higher in vibration, you become the Christ, the Christos. That's what it meant. Exactly, like Christ, exactly. Yeah, exactly right, Hank. He never lived, but most people can't do the yeah, he never existed. Exactly right, Hank. He's like Jesus. He never existed. It's made up. It's a phony baloney story. It's funny, you got the them white Turks who control Saudi Arabia. That was all African territory. Those are all dark skinned people there. Just over 100 years ago. You get any go research any just go look at the pictures over 100 years ago who was in Saudi Arabia. It wasn't called Saudi Arabia. It's called Arabia. It was Northeast Africa, all African people. Wasn't none of them crackers there. Wasn't none of them white Arabs there. They are invaders from Turkey. They're Turks. Called the old Ottoman Turk Empire or fixed mulattoes. Turks or fixed mulattoes are what you're dealing with. And that ain't it funny? And all these religions are racist and shit towards black people. Black people in the shit, but all the people at the top are all racist and shit. Arabs got open slavery and racist in up. Them white Arabs are racist and shit. And don't tell me they're not. I've been in racist. I've been in Arab countries. Racist than a motherfucker. But they supposed to have a love of Muhammad and your brotherhood. Oh man, you better get out of here with that goofy shit. Racist as shit. Talk that Muhammad shit to me. I know the motherfucker's a cartoon character. They never live. Oh my God, I'm gonna kill you. Allah Akbar, la 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 Akbar, la 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 la. You call the prophet not real. La 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 la. Hard and screaming about that goofy shit. That's how you know this is not a classroom. Why don't some people allowed to know the truth? Why are a billion people minds fucked up? Huh? Islam is a lie. Christianity is a lie. So you ain't in no damn classroom. Yeah, that's the white air. Exactly right, Mumpy. They don't got no brotherhood towards us. Glad you realize that. But you're supposed to, because you now your mind's been conquered with their religion, so you'll fight another African on their behalf. But they're not gonna fight another white Arab for your ass. They're out there with open slavery up in Libya right now. Open slavery in fucking Saudi right now. Of black people who are supposedly Arab. I know you're not supposed to slave another Arab, but fuck all that, then nigga. We're gonna slave these black people. Crazy as hell. You worshiping that goofy shit. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm in America. I ain't got to be scared. No, I tell the Arabs, I got, man, if you don't get away from talking that dumbass Arabic shit, I'll slap in your motherfucking mouth. What can he do? Not a damn thing, but get out the way. Remember years ago, I was at a gas station. The Arab was talking crazy to me. I was with my wife. Punched the motherfucker right in his mouth. So you better get your motherfucking swami cowhead ass away from me talking that shit. Not in Africa, not in the Arab country. I will fuck you up. Get him right in his motherfucking mouth. All these damn wicked shit they done to black people. You understand what these white Arabs have done to black people? Cutting off your penis, making you eunuchs, slavery, raping black women. Crazy as shit. That's why when I was over there, I talked to ass all crazy. I knew the history of the ass. I was in Iraq. Talked to him all crazy. Oh, brother, you're here to say about a fucking mom. Listen, because you see with American uniform, I'm black. I'm not your brother. I know how your cousins act back in America. You wicked ass racist bastard. I'm not your motherfucking brother. So don't act no fake ass brotherhood with me. Exactly right. I don't get it either. I agree with you too, Hank. We reject knowledge. It's crazy as hell to me. Why they so loud? I don't. I don't know. But we do reject knowledge. Hank. I don't get it. Why we reject knowledge? I don't know. It's something about I don't know. We're the truth because we're indoctrinated. You know, with the religion, it's hard to get out that religion shit. You're indoctrinated with it as a child. You know, maybe somebody would have told me, I probably wouldn't want to hear what they had to say either. I had to learn it on my own. I probably would say, man, get out of here. Talking about Jesus ain't real. But get your ass away from me. Tell me my Lord ain't real. My Lord sees me every day, does miracles for me. I was brainwashed. Telling me my Jesus ain't real. You got nothing but the devil in you. Blaspheming against my damn Jesus. Well, we all been there. I've been there with that shit. Goofy shit. I've been there with that goofy shit. I know. I know. Like I said with Muffy Dapper with the 84 down. His father still he can't talk to his dad. That will happen to you. My mom, lucky enough, came out of the religion, but my grandparents did. My grandmother did disown my ass. My father never gave up that shit. You lose them, but you got the right to know the truth, and because they're not really your parents anyway. Keep what do you mean? Because your spirit's stupid. They just happen to be your parents this go around. They're no older than younger than you. Hell, you might come back and be their parent. But you understand how energy works and how the universe actually works. Shit. These people might be a lower energy than you. Shit, they're not ready to wake up. It is what it is. They're your parents this time around. That's it. That's it. They're your parents this time around. If you don't get out of here, you might come back first. Next you know, now you're their elder. Shit. That's how this thing works. My grandmother asked, "Don't you say, don't you say nothing about good white sweet Jesus? Say good sweet white Jesus. Don't you dare say nothing no more. You shut your mouth in my house, Keith. You shut your damn mouth talking about good Lord, good white, good. I should say that shit. Good sweet white Jesus. Yeah, good sweet white Jesus. Don't you say another goddamn word in my house about good sweet white Jesus. I'm gonna put your ass out of here now." I said, "Grandma, you put me out the house over some cartoon motherfucker you ain't never met. Oh, the what? Cartoon? Oh my God. Oh my, you gotta go. You get your raggedy ass out of here, Keith. You get your raggedy ass out of here talking about good sweet Jesus." You would disown your own grandchild over some motherfucker you ain't never met and some white people taught you about? Is that what you do? Get your ass out of here. Not gonna have you talking about the Lord. I think so too. Acho hybrid. I think so too. They're scared of it. They're scared of it. They're scared the hell out of my grandmother. Grandmother put my ass up out of there, Jack. My grandmother disowned my ass. The grandma, we got to go back to Africa. That's real. That's science. Don't you bring none of that African shit up in here. Talking about that voodoo and voodoo. That's evil. That's how it said. Her mind. Her own traditions are evil. Don't you bring me none of the same thing Mumpy Dapper parents be telling his ass. Don't you bring me none of that evil shit. You better get out of here talking that evil shit to me, Keith. You're not gonna talk. You're not gonna sway me from going to heaven. You and your wicked ways. You and your goddamn wicketry, Keith. You gotta go. I said, "Well, Grandma, I'm only visiting LA. I don't got a hotel room. I thought I was gonna stay with you. You can't stay with me and all your wicketry." "Grandma, I don't got a hotel room. Don't stay with your goddamn cousins. Some shit. Go down to Compton. Stay with their ass. Go out to Riverside. Don't, hell no. You got to go." I had some cousins living in Pomona. They was a pastor. No, they're not Pomona. You take your ass, you said Pomona. Take your ass out to Pomona. Take your ass out there. You got some cousins over. Go holler at, see if you can stay with them. Your wicked shit. They don't want your wicked ass in there either. Take your ass over to Pomona. God damn. Grandma, Granny, I'm just saying this is not real. We got to start facing the truth. These are lies. No. Hell no. You get your ass out of here. You get all your shit, all that shit you came with. Get your suitcase. Don't you leave none goddamn thing. How much you come back over here because you left some shit behind. I said, don't you be in all them left behind things, Granny. Left behind books. All them left behind books. That's you with all that left behind shit. Don't you leave one goddamn thing behind. How much you gotta double your ass back up in here? Don't you bring your ass back in here, you wicked bastard, you. Don't you bring your wicked ass back in here? I'm telling you, family, my grandmother lived right there in South Central. When the neighborhood was good, she moved in there back in the 40s, 1942 or some shit. I think, Grandma, it's time to leave the neighborhood's all fucked up now. It's time to go. I've been here since 1942. I ain't moving. I ain't selling my damn house. I said, Granny, it's all fucked up around here now. Why Jesus ain't help you fix the neighborhood? The neighborhood's all fucked up now. This ain't 1942. Neighborhood's all fucked up. Why Jesus ain't come fix up the neighborhood? You got a bunch of Mexicans out here now. Did Jesus bring these Mexicans around this motherfucker for you? My grandmother put up an electric fence around her house, around her property in South Central. You touch the shit, you get electrocuted. To keep these Mexicans and drug heads and that shit was fucked up, man. God damn it, Grandma, I'm trying to sell this shit and leave this shit. Y'all not gonna come back and take over this house when I die, leave it to you? And I don't want this shit. The funny part, like when she got mad at me and got rid of my ass, you ain't got to worry about me leaving you shit either. I ain't leaving you nothing, you wicked. You got rid of Jesus. I ain't leaving none of those shit to no devil. You might get some shit to some devil worship. What? I said, Grandma, it's too many of us alive. We had to split the shit no way. So, shit, you can write me out your little will. I'm cool. I'm good. I'm not gonna fight my brothers and sisters over no damn house in no South Central. You can have the shit. They can have it. They can have the shit. I'm sure you ain't no big sale on this shit. So. Yeah, she torched my ass, got me out of it. She disowned my ass. She never forgave me. She disowned me till the day she died. She kept it right in that will. I didn't see none of that house. My name was not on that shit. And she just died recently, man, not that long ago. She died, 2000? Just died, 16? She just died, 2006, 2017, something like that. I wasn't flying out there to no damn funeral. She just owned me. I care, shit. Hey, you come to Granny's funeral? Then, nah, I'm good, shit. I'm straight, shit. She might have left you nothing now. She told me she wasn't leaving me shit. I'm sure she kept her word. I'm sure she kept her word, shit. She said she wasn't leaving me shit. I believe she kept her word. And sure enough, she kept her word. And she didn't even leave me no toe jam sweat. She didn't even leave me no toe jam sweat shit. So take this toe jam sweat, nigga. Here you go. While I die. So shit. You know. So I know you guys know when you are the awakened one of your family, you're gonna lose family members. They're gonna be caught in the religion. But once you break out the lie, you can't go back and live in the lie. You can't go back to the lie because you know the shit's a lie. You can't pretend it's not a lie no more. You can't go back and not be, hey, this shit's a lie. You can't, you can't go unring a bell. Once the bell has been rung, You can't unring that shit. Hey, this shit's a lie. You can't unring the bell. Yeah. So I mean, have we been for a minute? Let me get my ass off of here, y'all. My voice goes out. 3 hours. Tides envelope. Here's let me Tides envelope. Yeah, it will set you free. Hell, that's what they did to you too, G man. Shit. That's what they did to you too, didn't they? Your brother and them, your brother and his wife, shit. I don't want to put G Man's business out there, shit. G Man know what I'm talking about. What they'll do. But once the bell's been rung, you can't unring that bell. You can't. You can't go back and live a lie. You can't live in it. Shit. No matter how much you try to live in a lie, you can't live in a lie anymore. You know, because you get mad. All these damn lies you living in. This shit's a lie. Living all these crazy ass lies. That's why they chased George down the street too. What my friends did to me. That's what I forgot. I mean, yeah, that's what they did to you too, George. Went too far down the rabbit hole track with them. No, exactly, G man. You go too far down the rabbit hole. Exactly right, G man. You go too far. Imagine G man is now doing all kind of readings. He damn sure doing devil work. He damn sure doing all kind of devil work. He's doing all kind of devil work now. Right. Exactly right what they told George ass. George, they chased George down the street. Got his ass up off the damn court. Oh, sweet white Jesus. They got George ass up off the damn basketball court. You better get your ass out of here. They got George up off the block talking that shit. Get your ass up out of here. I know, man. Yeah, it just carbon. Old it's not old at all. I don't know. It's like a the funny part about it's African, Mumpy. Kaaba goes back to what the soul, the Ka and the Ba, right? Kaaba. It's called Kaaba stone. The Ka and the Ba. That's the soul body. So what you actually don't know in Islam, what they're doing is stealing. That's all your African shit. That's what makes it so. It's a black stone. They hate black people, but they go around a circle on a black stone. It means the black soul, the black body, Mumpy. It's all your spirit. The Catholic Church is some wicked shit. It's all you. They're worshiping you, Mumpy, and they don't even know they hate you, but they worshiping you because it's all about you. That's what that Kaaba is. That stone is the black stone of you. Kaaba. It's the Ka and the Ba. That's why when you got the Jews talking about the Kabbalah, soul and the spirit, soul, and a man's spirit, whatever it's called, Kaaba. But that's all your African tradition that they stole and made a goofy religion out of. That's what it is. You go back and study that, Mumpy. You'll find out the truth. It might make you mad, but Yeah. They supposed to, that's not the devil. They throwing it, yeah, but they supposed to be throwing the rock at that stone, right? That's you. They calling you calling us the devil. The Kaaba is the black body, the soul body, the original being. It's the original being. They went to the car to get their gun. Yeah, they're parasites. Exactly right, G man. That's what they are. That's what you're dealing with. Parasitical people. They take all your science and they put this thing, help them take all your science and turn them into perverted religion. Buddhism is your science. Turn into Buddhism is not real religion, but it's a practice that's been manipulated. That's what dealing with the spirit. Buddhism is the same thing as Islam, same thing. They're all the same, but they're African spirituality given to people with lower vibration to help them understand how the universe works. Been made into a religion, so it's all bastardized, all fraudulent. Hinduism, it's all the same shit. It's all African spirituality given to animals who can't vibrate on that level. They're all African teachings bastardized. So you run around throwing rocks at that damn stone, that's the black body. You because they call it the devil, they secretly calling black people the devil. And you're not. You're the closest thing to God on the planet. And if in all their books, the black person is the devil, ain't it? All their goofy books, the black person is the devil. And the black people are the most godly on the planet. Another fact. Some of the white writers always tell the truth. Like Gerald Massey and some other writers tell the truth. They become persona non grata. Even Aleister Crowley, no good ass. You know that black people, you're the closest thing to God. Closest thing to the all on the planet. But you lower your vibration when you worship lies. That's another reason why it's not a school. When you worshiping shit that ain't real, that's a lie, that lowers your vibration because it brought you fear. You believe in something going to hell, it's going to be hell. Where's hell at? How do you, and once again, how do you burn an internal spirit? How do you burn that? It can't burn you. You're not, you are etherical. You can't burn a spirit. That's why that shit don't come to 1,000 years. They put all that goofy shit in them books. You can't burn a spirit. How do you burn a spirit? It's like a spirit can't piss or drink by a fucking river. Shit. I'm a spirit. Let me sit down here and take a shit somewhere. I gotta take a dump. From somebody's burning, some devil's sticking me. Devil, you sticking me. I'm burning. How do you burn a non-physical being? I like to know that. How do you burn a non-physical being? Well, you can't. So there can't be any hell with anybody sticking you and you're burning eternal damn fire. All that goofy dumb shit. I'm burning an eternal damn fire. Oh, if I'm an etherical being, could I just float up out of that motherfucker and keep floating around the universe? Couldn't I just leave, just go through and say, hey, Satan, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired. I'm just going to leave. How can any devil stop you? You're an etherical being. You just float through whatever the fuck you got. I'm going through this shit. I'm out of here. I'll holler at you later. I'll holler at you later, Satan. I'm out. I'm good. You do you. You burn the rest of these motherfuckers. I'm out. I'm not with the burning and getting stuck in the back with the pitchfork. I'm good. You do you, my man. I'm out. I'm cool. I'll holler at you later. I got a train to catch. Got some chick over Chicago I need to holler at. I'm good. You know. So we've been psychologically damaged to just believe in all kind of wicked ass nonsense. Oh, I'm burning in this fire. Oh, I'm burning. Oh, I'm in hell. Oh. Then you read your old text. This is hell. The material world is hell. This is the hell you're dealing with. This is hell. This illusion is hell. Can't burn no spirit. Can't burn you up. Can't do nothing to you. You are eternal. Oh, I'm burning. Oh, I'm burning up. Oh my God. I'm burning Satan. I'm evil. I'm burning. Oh, I'm burning up. How do you burn a ghost up? How you burn a spirit up? How you do? How you put a spirit on fire? It's vibrating on a different frequency, so it's not in the third dimension. You can't burn up a spirit. The whole thing is stupid. But we don't think like that. That don't even make any sense. You can't burn a spirit up. It's not on the physical realm. Exactly. So it's a lie. Damn it. Nowhere until you get these religions did you have any hell. Ain't it funny? Nowhere until you get these goofy religions come a few days ago, now you got a hell. A hell never existed, ever, in any of your spiritual practices for thousands of years on the planet. There never was any hell. Because you know why? Because they knew that was goofy. It couldn't be any hell until somebody burn you up. I'm burning. So now it's 1227, and was enough to deal with for me. There's a sword in the Quran that say if you're in hell and you fail, it will take you 73 years to touch the ground. Oh my God. Just ridiculous shit. 73 years to touch the ground. If you fall in. Oh my God. But it's funny, but you got little kids being indoctrinated with this shit during the madrasas, all in the Middle East and parts of Africa. Being indoctrinated. If you're a child, you're growing up believing this shit, and it's dangerous. You're being indoctrinated with this bullshit. And you're not given an education to think your way out of this nonsense. Some dangerous bullshit. This shit's dangerous. You fall in, you fall, take 73 years, all that crazy shit. It's crazy. If I'm a spirit, why would I fall? If I'm a spirit trying to beat, I got the power of flight. I got the power of flight. As soon as I think, I'm there, because thought is faster than the speed of light. As I think it, I'm there. You already know that. Thought is faster than the speed of light. So why the fuck would I be falling for 70-something years? And the science, and all I gotta do is think, all right, man, I'm falling. Let me get the fuck out of here. Next thing I'm on the other side of the goddamn galaxy. Boom, boom, instantly. Because thought is faster than the speed of light. It's another scientific fact. Thought is faster than the speed of light. And you being a melanated person, you're able to be in what? 2 places at the same time. Another thing of quantum physics. Because you're melanated. You're a melanated being. So why the fuck would I be falling for 70-something years? Oh, and I'm thinking like I sure like to get out of here. And as soon as I can that thought in the etheric world, boom, I'm gone. But they don't know that. They know you don't know that science. Your ancestors did. And this science is actually a fact. Prove it in the lab. As I think it, boom, I'm gone. I'm etheric. How the fuck would I be falling for all these damn years? Oh, I'm falling. I can't get up. I've fallen for 70 years and I can't get up. Help me. This shit is ridiculous. You are a spirit. You're bound by nothing anymore. You have the power of flight. You're bound by nothing but your own thoughts. So I'm falling. All I gotta do is think. As soon as I think, boom, I'm there. Faster than the speed of light. That's how thought works. Thought is faster than the speed of light. Another scientific fact that they know now in science, thought is faster than the speed of light. So anybody can be falling for fucking 70 years. hit the bottom of what? At the universe is eternal, there is no bottom to anything. So where's the bottom at in any part of the universe in this hell? Another thing, couldn't be any bottom unless it's what? A physical existence. There is no bottom in a what? Eternal universe. So there couldn't be any hell in the universe. You know why? Because there is no bottom to nothing. Another scientific fact. There could only be a bottom in a third dimensional realm. And if you're a spirit, you wouldn't be in the third dimension. So you couldn't fall in any hell for 70-something years. You get that? You see how we work that through? But if you don't got critical thinking skills, you can't do that. You can't think that way. I'm falling for all these damn years. Are you crazy? You only can fall like that in a third dimension, and then you couldn't fall for those 70-something years. You wouldn't have no hole that big. Somebody wrote that crazy shit. That's how you know these are what? These are dark age books. Dark age when they were dumb as shit. Writing texts that are idiotic. These are dark age writers writing dumb as shit. Dumb as hell. All of for 70-some fucking years. You're in a universe that has no bottom. So if you're a spirit, if you fall out, and there's no bottom to fall to. You'll just fall forever. So you'll never even reach the hell because there is no bottom. Get that? Universe is eternal. Another fact. So you can't fall and reach the bottom of anything. There's no bottom. It's eternal. There's no bottom. That's what it is, a comedy book. Of course, that's just like the Bible's absolute bullshit. You understand? But yeah, sadly enough, but we grew up in it though. But see, now you're wise enough to understand what it is though, Mumpy. A lot of people are not. You're wise enough now to know what it is because you have what? Some understanding. A lot of people don't have the understanding you have. So you can't share this with everybody. They'll kill your ass like a Christian kill you. Like my grandmother, this on my ass. You can't, most people can't understand this. It's a comedy book, it's what it is. They're going around a Kaaba, throwing rocks at it. Throwing rocks because you look under, it's black. It's a black body. Kaaba. The Kaaba means the soul and the black body, the black spirit, because you are the closest thing to God. They turn you the black thing to think rocks at the devil. Shit's crazy. That's why a lot of African countries, you always find a church next to a mosque. Or a mosque next to a church around them because it was the church that created that shit. And you think the top people are fighting, all Islam's fighting Christianity. No, hell no. The top people are not fighting. That's how they took over the planet with these religions. Catholic Church created the damn Islamic religion. You think they're fighting. They're not fighting. People at the top know what the fuck is going on. That's why they got the same three people. They got the Jesus and the God. The God is named Allah on that shit. And you got the same prophets, Muhammad, Moses, and all the same shit. How's it going to be a whole different religion come out of a different part of the world and you got the same people you worship and the same stories, the same shit? Because they repackaged it for those people. All they did was just make Jesus a prophet, not a God, and gave him another prophet. Well, these These people not accepting the Jesus story. That's not working. They said, nah, ain't no man, no damn God. They said, okay, that's not working. What can we do? That's what we do. They're literate anyway. So let's tell them Jesus is the prophet of God. And we create another prophet that's one of them. They'll believe the religion because it's one of them come out of their area of their geographical area, and they'll believe that shit and they'll fight for that shit. And that's how we'll start controlling the world through the religion. And we'll create a language to go along with the religion. That's why there was no such thing as Arabic before you get the religion. They created the religion, the language to go along with the religion. How perfect is that? People ain't think about how perfect is that. Now you got Arabic. It didn't ever exist before Islam. There's no such thing as an Arabic language. Did not exist. Now all of a sudden, now you got a religion and a language, because I know that if you're grown up in the language, you will naturally go to the religion. Some brilliant, wicked shit. Same thing they did with Hebrewism. They created the language. There was no Hebrew language. They got the Africans to create that shit. The elder people didn't accept it, but what? The children would. Because their children will be speaking the Hebraic language. And so the language would go with the religion. Was no fucking Hebrew. They created that language from the Greek language. That's a linguistic fact. All facts. If I'm raised in a language, what's the language of the religion? Islam. What's no fucking Islam on the planet? It's a fact. Hell yeah, he's gonna lose some family, but just be quiet and keep it out. And over there it's a little bit more dangerous. Now Muffy, just keep quiet. Don't share none of this shit. He's over there where you can get actually killed and murdered. America, you can get murdered, but not as bad. Over there, you'll get murdered for knowing the truth. It's dangerous. You don't gotta explain it to his family. Just grins and smiles. It. Muffy Daffy over there, motherfucker, chop your head off for knowing the truth. They get to howl in the street. You don't like them? You don't like the prophet? Chop his ass up. Stab the shit out, Muffy. He's grinning, embarrassed. Assalamu alaikum. Alaikum salam to you, brother. That's what you do. Shit. You know the truth. You ain't got shit. But you be discreet. You know the environment that you live in. I do this shit in Iraq. I ain't go around telling Iraqis, hey, your religion is bullshit. When I was in Iraq and Saudi Arabia, you motherfuckers believe in some bullshit. I didn't go do that shit when I was over there. I just politely say, yeah, okay. Make him salam to you too, brother. Salam alaikum, whatever. Let me get a bunch of salami around this bitch. Salami, salami, salami. When I was in Tanzania, I didn't say, that part of Tanzania is Islamic. I didn't tell the brother, hey, but you do got a lot of traditional shit in Tanzania. And I love that. And them brothers know the truth in Tanzania. Even though you got the Arabs over there, the Arab culture, the Islam and the Christianity in Tanzania, but you got a lot of the real African spirituality still there too. That's the cats I go talk to. They know what the fuck is up. You gotta know. I ain't going to Tanzania and say, hey, you motherfucking no good black people, this religion's some bullshit. You crazy? Got your mind? I say, brother, you must nah, man. No, you do you. Respectfully, no, you do you. Exactly right. The 10th talk, exactly right, Muffy Devino. Yeah. Of course. Of course. Also, they want to claim it They know it's not them, G man. They get mad about ancient Kim, ancient Egypt because they're there now. Has nothing to do with them. Has nothing to do with them. Completely, a culture doesn't go completely upside down. It was never their culture, never them. Even though they got Arabia now, even Arabia is not them. I told you that's why they're in Yemen killing off the Yemenis, because those are black Arabs. They're killing off, trying to steal Yemen for white people, the white Arabs. Those are African people down there. They haven't done nothing to nobody. They believe in your Islam shit. Why are you murdering those people? You know why? Because they're black. And those white Arabs want that land. Because those Yemenis are black people. They're some of your original black Arabs. So I thought you practice your love and your Islam with them. They're Islamic. Why are you murdering them people? Because they don't give a fuck about that Islam. That's some shit they tell goofy Negroes. They're going to get that land and they want to kill those black people. I don't mention that shit now. You got to know the system. Exactly. Mother, you got to know the culture that you're in. You know most people are ignorant. You can't go out and tell them their religions are lying and all that shit. They don't. Especially they're not privy to all this information. You know, Africans been made the most ignorant too. Shit, you crazy? I don't mention none of this shit when I'm over there. A guy might ask me, I'm a Christian. Nah, I'm cool. Ask me, am I Muslim? Nah, man. You know, you do you. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Hey, much respect to you. You do your thing. I keep it pushing, Jack. Minds are too far gone. You got a mind that's been corrupted. Shit, crazy. But good thing about Tanzania, when you go deeper, you'll find the cats that know the real science, and that's always gave me heart. That's why I love Tanzania. That real science is still there, and that always gave me a great feeling. But man, how y'all deal with these Islamic and Christian cats around here? We just deal with it. If we know it's gonna be a wake up, the religion's gonna die. It's a lie. I say, yeah, it's a lie, but we just deal with it. You just deal with it, okay? Exactly right, Lando. Applied the Pharaonic alphabet to them, man. And the ancestors created all writing systems and alphabet. Exactly. Yeah, they created. That's what I said. They created the Arabic language. They created the Hebrew language. They created all the. They created those languages. They created all those languages. You learn that. Yeah, they could. Well, first they created for the Greeks because they had to, because the Greeks want to be gods. That's how you get the religion started, right? So phonetically, like you're saying, they take the Greek language and make a Hebrew language from it, and then they took Aramaic and created Arabic, really from parts of Swahili too, because Swahili is older than goddamn Arabic. People think it's the other way around. It's not. Swahili's older than Arabic. Because Arabic is not an ancient level. It's not a BC language. It's an AD, or what they call after death, Amno Denominee, whatever it's called. It's not an ancient language. That's another thing. They created it when they create the religion. Arabic is not an ancient language. People get mad when you tell the truth. So that means no, your religion is not even ancient. Your religion is not ancient. Why, Keith? Why? Because your language is not even ancient. Your language is not even BC, nor is your religion BC. Your religion is new. Your language is new. These are facts. I know you want to kill me for them, but these are facts. I'm sorry. There's no ancient Arabic language because there's not no ancient Islam. It's not ancient. It's all AD shit. You can't call Islam ancient because it's not. It's new. You can't call Arabic ancient because it's not. It's new. So how can your religion be real if your language and your religion is new? I don't know that. I don't know the age of it. Well, I'm telling you the age. It's not new. I mean, it's not old. It's new. It's not ancient. No such thing as an ancient Arabic language. No such thing as an ancient Islam. So that means it can't be real because you go back hundreds of thousands of years. So what were you doing before this new religion? Were you going to hell before you got the new religion? Were all your ancestors going to hell before they got this dumb shit that showed up 2 days ago? No, they didn't. That means the religion is created and it's a lie. Because it's not there at the inception of what? The creation of you. The truth is there at the inception of you. The truth. Because you would need it in the beginning of your existence. Not some fucking 500,000 years later. So 500,000 years you've been living without knowing the God and knowing the angels and all this other crazy shit, huh? You've been living, dying, living, dying, living, dying 500, 700 million years, and you never knew this Islam or never knew this Christianity. That because it's a lie. Because it's a lie. That's why. There ain't no ancient Christianity either. Christianity's AD. Christianity's not ancient either. Another religion that's not ancient. So if you have common sense and critical thinking, it's not even ancient, so it can't be true. Because people before this didn't know nothing about this goofy shit. They didn't worship it. So why didn't God make himself known to all these people that lived thousands and thousands of years before? Huh? Was the God stupid? No. This was a lie. Because in the beginning, you did have the truth. You did know the truth in the beginning. All these religions that popped up on the planet 2 days ago. People fighting and killing each other for a damn lie. My lie is better than your lie. Your lie is better than my lie. We're going to kill each other for whose lie is the best. We're going to kill each other for whose lie. Who's got the right lie? Well, they're both lies. So what? My lie is better than your lies. I'm going to kill you. So I can have my 500,000 virgins in heaven and drink by my river, my spiritual river of wine. Is it red wine or white wine? What kind of wine is this shit we having? So, you know, but the religions won't last. I understand how the universe, how we work. We're going to start rising in vibration. So all these African people are going to start waking up. The youth are going to know coming back to the planet that it's a lie. They're going to know Christianity is a lie. They're going to know that Islam is a lie. They're going to come back knowing because the vibration level is going to last. They're going to already be really smart. You can't go be fooling with the lie. Okay, well, how long has this religion been going on? Well, 1,000 years ago and 1,000 years ago. How long we been here? Well, you've been here for, they say at least 250, 600, 300,000 years. It's older than that. We'll say what they say, 200, 400,000 years. Well, if we as humans been here 400,000 years ago, and you say this religion's only 1,400 years ago, well, what about the other 399,000 years did we do then? What did we do for the other 399,000 years? You was all bad and wicked, and y'all went to hell for 399,000 years of living. And in the 1,400 years, you got the truth. 1,400 years ago, you got the truth. Damn, that seems kind of crazy. I know, but that's the truth, and you believe it. Kids like, nah, I don't believe that shit. Sounds stupid. That's what's coming. Nah, I don't believe that shit. It don't make no sense. Sounds dumb. It just sounds stupid. And we've been here 399,000 years, and everybody didn't know shit until we got some 1,400 years ago. Yes, that's it. Now you're getting it right. Now you understand. I thought I was gonna have to stab you to make you understand, but now you get it. I thought you were gonna have to make me stab you to death. Exactly. He's waiting so long. Exactly right. Exactly right, George. He was waiting. He's waiting so long. He was waiting for just the right time to let us know he existed. God concepts, right? It's out here now. You're right. It's out here, but people are too lazy minded. I don't think they're lazy minded, Jim. I think they're afraid to know that you're indoctrinated. You know, it tears your paradigm apart, G man. People are scared to know the truth. If you find out something that goes against what you've been raised your whole, that means your parents are liars. Your parents are not liars. They just didn't know no better. So your parents got that from their parents, who got that from their parents. And so now you wake up and know the truth, but it's scary. It was hard for me to let Christianity go. I didn't wake up one day and say, "Oh man, I'm gonna let it go." It was hard. Like, oh man. Even when I logically knew it was a lie, it was still hard to not want to be in it because what those are you grow up in those traditions with the goofy Christmas and the Easter. Those are all the wicked traditions of this no good bastard. Right? And then like you said, like then you start losing what? Your family. You can't talk to your family about this because they still sleep in the religion. Whether it be Islam or Christianity, now you're going to get your parents, right? It's like Mumpy Danforth's going against his dad. His dad said, I'm leading them wrong. Mumpy Danforth can go research everything I've said, and it'll be true. He can go research it. He can research Islam and find out it's a lie. And when he bring that information back to his father would still get mad at him. Same way my grandmother did. He would still say, Mumpy, get out my damn house. Don't you come back talking that crazy stuff some black heathen taught you in America. He said, no, Dad, he didn't teach. I started researching it. Now I know he's right. I learned it for myself. Well, don't you bring that shit in my house, boy. Allah, Allah, alaikum, alaikum salam. Allah Akbar, Akbar, Allah Akbar. He started singing that shit to Mumpy Damp. He knows time to get out the house. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. Mumpy better get his ass out that house. Of course, he was in one of them madrasas. Look, memorize the whole Quran by age 6. That's a madrasa. That's brainwashing. Your brain doesn't got time enough to start fixing. See, they get him young. Just like I said, you're not going to get his dad to go get. His dad's been brainwashed by 6 years old, repeating shit. I understanding what it meant. His dad was already indoctrinated. Told to just recite that shit over and over again. When they in there, those kids be going back and forth reciting that shit. That's brainwashing. That's what that's called. His father's not gonna be able to come out of that. Christianity, all you had to do is lock up the Trinity of Asar. Of course, I said they still exactly. That's all you gotta do it, but you'll tell that truth still, G man. They still won't believe it. Speaking in tongues, yeah. So see what happened with Mumpy Danforth, this guy was almost like in a madrasa. And what they did to Mumpy Danforth's father is child abuse. His brain didn't get a chance to even develop before they already programmed his mind with bullshit. That's what they do. They know what they're doing. They get the young kids and that Islam shit. They just recite that shit over and over again. That's brainwashing. So his father would never be able to come. His father would never be able to critically think his way out of the Islam. No matter what month he shows him and brings him and shows him truth, his mind's going to go into a defensive mechanism because he was like that as a child. Okay, Dara. Damn, you went to one too. Okay. Madrasa, Dara. Exactly right. And that's the, and, but you know that too. But that's the truth. Exactly right. Hank, you know, Abraham never lived, of course. But and if you take him out, all the religions fall apart, right? All of them fall apart. The stories are lies, them going into Kemet, all that's lies. That's why it's never in Kemet history. There's no Abraham that goes into Kemet. There's no family goes, and there's no slave. They didn't have slavery in Kemet. Now all of a sudden they become the Jewish race and there's slavery in Kemet. Those all lies. There are no slaves in Kemet. So that completely breaks down. Right? So all you gotta do is give it to Abraham, but you do that still, and they still will keep the religion. So if there is no Abraham, that means Christianity's a lie, Islam's a lie, Hebrews are a lie, all a lie. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm sure this dude one. All right, y'all. I'm back. So, excuse me. That's the question. Yeah, his comments again. So, yeah, the daughter. Okay. Man, that's what they do. You get them young. It's right because your mind hasn't developed. If I got you young and I'm teaching you nonsense, you're gonna believe that your whole life. And they always say you get the youth. You get the youth. So his dad, Mumpy's lucky he's able to come up out of it a little bit, but his dad's not gonna be. His dad's too old now. Just like my grandmother, he's not gonna be able to come up out of that. He's believed that his whole life. Now you're asking to tell him. You're asking them to tell. I think they get scared because you ask them to tell them that they lived their whole life as a lie. Nobody wants to find out that what they believed in their whole life was a lie. So, no one wants to believe that their whole life what they believed in is a lie. That takes the brain into shock. You go into shock then, right? The brain goes into shock. Damn. No one wants to believe that. The whole life is a lie. Yep. The whole religion life is a lie. So that becomes a problem. And and like I said, it was my mother that left the religion before I did. My mother My mother never like really influenced us because we when she divorced my father, we ended up living with my father for a time. Then we tried. I tried the same shit with her. Mama, come back to Jesus. How you leave Jesus? you know, my mother never really talked about this shit. I said, Mom, you need to come back to Jesus. You know, I was all fucked up in the head. Mama, you come back to Jesus. Boy, that shit is made up. Mom, Jesus is real. But my mom came out to religion before I did, you know. I go back and tell my father, man, mom said Jesus is phony. She's got, I don't know what's wrong with your mother, boy. She gave up on the Lord. A lot of bad things gonna happen to her. I was like, oh man, what no bad thing happen to mom? So, oh man, that religion is wicked. Some wicked shit. So that's why that book of Eli is so important. I mean, that movie, the book of Eli, and Denzel Washington story, you know, that they got the Bible says that book is very powerful. It is. The religion is very powerful. I don't know what's got the and also because we're in a low vibratory rate. And Lando said that we're in a low vibratory rate. Because how can black people be so stupid to give up all the traditions for somebody else's shit? That's coming. You guys gonna be talking and talking and talking. Yeah, kind of a chronic school, exactly right. I know. Are you talking about what they call madrasas in a lot of madrasa. But it took my mom a while to leave. She became a Buddhist and then finally knew that was she she was getting there, but you know, it took some courage for her. She lost everybody. It took some courage because she raised us in it. And my mom was the one, my grandmother. My mom was the one talking that Jesus shit to us. Then all of a sudden say that the shit wasn't real. And she had awakening in college, but she kept it secret. And then she started, I didn't know till she was older that she had started studying the shit. And she was scared to even tell us. Because remember, we were already indoctrinated. So she was scared to even tell us. We were already indoctrinated with the shit that she was learning that it was a lie, right? She couldn't even teach the children that she had indoctrinated because we were already older and we were what? Indoctrinated. So when she came out and told us, I was just, oh man, Mom, what are you talking about? You turn your back on the Lord? What's going on with you, Mom? How could you turn your back on sweet white Jesus? How could you turn your back on the Lord, Mom? What's going on with you? You have problems? Because you didn't taught your children the lie. Now you have researched the lie and know it's a lie. But your kids are indoctrinated. We're indoctrinated. So we think something's wrong with Mom now. Mom, what's wrong with Mom? Mom, you got to come back to Jesus. What's wrong with you? We don't want you to go to hell. We all scared with the hell shit. Now you're thinking of what I can think now logically, knowing what no hell, don't know the history of hell, what happened. You're a teenager. You don't know all the real truth, the history. Mom, we don't want you to go to hell. You turned your back on God, on the Lord. My mom would just sit there and laugh in your face. All right. Go get that shit to your dad and your grandma. Mom, how could you turn your back on the Lord? Come on, we got turn your back on the Lord. Wow. So it took you but your father was able to. Wow. So your dad was spiritual. Your father deserves some kind of award, Hank. And my brother and sister to go to Sunday school. So for years, when I left, I thought I was a backslider. Exactly right. It's just great. Exactly, you're a backslider. No, so Hank's dad was already awakened and to be with his mother, and for them to stay together, that's good because my wife didn't make it. She couldn't get rid of sweet white Jesus. And what I was talking about, scared her to death. You understand the fear from a younger person, like it scared my damn grandmother. And this stuff scares them. Them not being attached to these fake religions scares the shit out of them. We got to scare. My wife would be, physically scared of me reading all these books. It was physically scared the shit out of me. I gotta get out this room. I go sleep in the guest room. I'm out of here. Physically scare someone. For them to give up white Jesus and the Christian lie, physically scare the hell out of her. All I'm doing is reading goddamn books. Trying to read, trying to obtain knowledge, more knowledge and more knowledge. He ain't like that white man either. Well, I must took after my father. I believed in the white man for years till I finally got to college. I had to give my mom an apology. I used to be at my mother. Y'all don't realize I used to be at my mother. Mama, come on, you Jesus, Lord. We don't want you to go to hell, Mama. You got to come back to the Jesus. Come back to the Lord, Mom. Come back to Jesus, Mama. Come on now. You got to give God another chance. I don't know why you mad at God. It's all kind of crazy shit. Why you mad at God? And as I started researching and knowing more and more, I had to go back and apologize to my mom. She said, "My God, one of y'all got out of." So I said, "Mom, why you ain't help us get out of the shit? Then you put us in the shit. Keith, I can't take you out of it, son. You're too indoctrinated now. You're too indoctrinated. You're too indoctrinated now. You got to come out of it on your own." That's what happens too. And no matter what I say, you're going. For years, you told me I was on the wrong path, and I wasn't. I turned my back on the Lord. And even my grandma made my grandma mad. My grandma, I don't know what's wrong with your mama, baby. She turned her back on the Lord. I raised her like that. She turned her back on the Lord. Oh, sweet Jesus. And then when I came 2 years later, turned my back on her, I was all, man, you get your ass out of my house. Get your shit, all your shit, and get your ass out of here. Get all this shit. Hey, Grandma, I was coming just to stay. There visit. I ain't booked no hotel. You better go sell one of your goddamn cousins. You take your ass out to Compton or take your ass out to the Pomona. That's what you do. You get your ass out of here. Get all your you get all your shit and don't talk about you forgotten that neither. You get all your shit. Don't talk about this. You forgot some shit. Get all of it. God damn. This your grandmother telling you to get all your shit and don't act like you forgot some shit so you can come back. God damn. I'm being excommunicated. So I know what goes on people's families. Exactly. Pumping and fast. Exactly right. still wouldn't be a believer. But some people have made them black now, George. Some people have turned them black. So shit. The Bible said he was black. White people turned him white. The part of the world he lived in, at that time, there was no white people in Northern Africa, Northeast Africa. That was all African land, what they call Palestine and Israel. There was no white people there. So technically, if there was a Jesus, he would have been black. But they're so racistly fucked up, they made him white. Just like there would have to have been any Arab man back then in Arabia would have had to have been black, not white. But they don't make him no image, but they still say, well, Muhammad definitely had to be a white man. So, okay, be a white man then. You can't make an image of Muhammad, but instinctively they tell you he's a white Arab, right? They still make him a white Arab because they don't want to make him black, because in that part of the world, there wasn't no white people there yet. See, and that's what they don't teach about history and understanding geography. Those people invaded Africa. Those people that you see in Egypt and Libya and Morocco and Algeria, those are fucking invaders. All of Africa was black. Arabia was black. Iran and Iraq was black. Syria was black. Those are fucking Turks from the goddamn Caucasus Mountains and also from the steppes of Asia. Those are facts. But and it's funny, they don't never tell you though, they obfuscate those facts to you. So if there was a fucking Muhammad, he would have had to been black, because there was no white fucking Turks in that part of the world at that time. Those are still African land. And you still had the kingdom of Aksum in Ethiopia that ran what? Aksum ran fucking Arabia, the Aksum Empire. So Muffy Danford is right there in Ethiopia. He can look that up, the Aksum Empire. That's a real thing. They ran fucking Arabia, not no white Turks. So if there was a fucking Muhammad, he would have been a black man. So everybody look up. I don't got my damn computer. I'm on a phone. Pull up Aksum, A-X-U-M, Aksum Empire. They ruled all of fucking Arabia, coming out of Ethiopia and southern Sudan. Aksum. The Aksum Empire that finally got rid of, that destroyed Nubia. The Kush Empire. So if there was a fucking Muhammad, he would have been black. But the white Arab don't want to worship nobody black. They ain't got no image of him, but of course he's a white Arab. But historically, that would have been a lie. Man, that's a good. I think it will happen naturally, Mumpy Danford. I think exactly how to reverse this mind fuck. It's hard, Mumpy. Because we're all, as African people, we're either Christians or Islam, right? Or Hebrew. And we fight each other based on the lies. So my lie, see, me knowing real history, me knowing that you're my brother, Mumpy, I don't play tribal games. I know you're African, I'm African, and you're my brother. You are me, I am you. Ubuntu, I am you. So I won't fight you. I'm not going to fight you because you are my brother. But the African is taught by tribalism and also religion. I'm going to fight you, you Islamic. I'm going to fight you, you Christian. You've been given other people's fake religions. You've adopted some of them, and it's caused division. So to reverse it, you're right, that's hard, man. Like I said, I think there's a natural waking up. We go through cycles. As an ancestor said, we become stupid. So now we're going to start becoming smarter because we go through vibratory changes. So the vibration of the planet is getting stronger. As somebody mentioned in the comments, is right. That's why they worry about global warming. As the globe warms up, it raises the vibrational level, Monty. So you're good. The people coming back doing that vibrational change are going to be what? Smarter. So everything's frequencies. They're coming back to a smarter, higher vibrational planet. So they're going to come back smarter. So the lies won't be able to work. You can't have a kid in what you call Adora, re, reciting shit. He's not going to accept it. He's going to say, well, what's the truth? What? He's going to start asking questions. Now, not people get hurt, but eventually the youth are going to rebel. Where are the youth at? In Africa. Africa is the youngest part of the planet. They're going to come back smarter and smarter. You're not going to be able to give them lies. They're going to rebel against their parents and their grandparents. And we don't believe none of this shit. Don't make sense. Africa going to also say, well, how the hell we poor? And we sitting on the richest continent on the planet. How the fuck are we poor? Everybody else is rich. But us. Something ain't right. Something wrong. All that stuff is going to start to know it. Most Africans don't know they on the richest continent. They're going through the back way, Mumpy. They're going across the Mediterranean. Dying in there inside the damn ocean, the Mediterranean Sea. They don't know they sit on the richest continent in the world. I know, but it wasn't the white people in BC era. The Greek civilization was mostly mixed people. The first white people in history were the Byzantine Empire. You think so? You think the Romans weren't white? I know the Romans still mixed also with the damn, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the civilization the black civilization that preceded Rome over there in that same Italian peninsula? What's the African what were they called? The Africans that preceded the Roman Empire. Damn, I'm having a brain fart. Because white people now are trying to make them white and they were black. Of course, yeah. No, it wasn't. Carthage was black. No, that's much later, Mumpy. Much later. Carthage is during the time of Rome. This is before Rome. Carthage and Hannibal was black. That's during the time of Rome, as Rome was becoming a power. Not Tuscany. That's way damn. You way late, George. Not Tuscany. I bet Lando's gonna get it. What the hell is the damn name of those people? Lando's gonna get it probably right. No. I know the Roman and Greek was the business. I'm not talking about them, Lando. What was it called? The name before then. Yeah, exactly. He got it right. Exactly. The Etruscans. Mumpy got it right. God damn. Mumpy must got a computer looking at shit. He's like, Zach, the Etruscans. Damn right. Couldn't get the Etruscans. Shit. I kept saying the East up. Yeah. The Etruscans were black people. That's your pre-existing empire before you got Rome. Yeah, Mumpy got that shit right. Yeah, it's the Etruscan Empire, the blacks. Now they start being invaded by the Turks, who call themselves Romans. They start having invaders come down from the steppes of Asia. That's also what happens. Also, the Greek was first a black civilization, but you had what they call it, the Dalit, whatever they would call those whites that came out of the hills and transcended into Greece. And yeah, it became a fixed mulatto and white civilization. That's correct. You're correct about that, Orlando. That's right. But the Etruscans were conquered by the whites coming down from the steppes, right? Who are the same Turkish motherfuckers. So they create Rome. So Rome was really with also a mixed African and more of a mulatto, not a true white. Even though white people try to claim and lie, those Etruscans who got defeated mixed in with the whites that came down and smashed up the empire. And that becomes Rome. So Rome is a fixed mulatto civilization. So that is actually true. You was going to say that? Yeah, that was Etruscan. My mother's got it right. That was Etruscan. I don't tip my tongue. You know, you get something you can't remember. Mumpy knows some history, obviously. You know, most Africans say, what is that? So he knows what the hell he's talking about. His dad wouldn't know who the damn Etruscans were. That's history. He's right, we're miseducated. And that's on purpose. If I miseducate you, I continue to dominate you with lies of religion and everything else. The African people didn't do anything when you done everything. Yes, the Minoans were black. Come on, exactly right. Exactly right, Kadon, the Minoans. The Minoans were there. And so you got the Minoans who, I forgot the name of those Greek, those what they call the white motherfuckers, the Dorian. I think they call the Dorian. I think they call it the Dorians. You guys looked at the Dorians. So the Dorians invade the Minoans and create the Greeks, right? The mixed mulatto, white and mulatto culture. They were called the Dorians, but they're just Turkish motherfuckers from the steppes. And that's the same thing you had in Etruscans. The Etruscans were invaded by the same motherfuckers. Okay, into Turkey, which was Africa, Northeast. Okay, yeah, Amorite, whatever you call them up. I just call them the Turks, damn it. I just call them Turkish people. You know, that's what they all are. When you call them Anglos, they become, then next you get the German part that come out of the steppes too. The Germanic tribes with the Huns, all these damn Germanic people come later, right? These pure white motherfuckers. Still coming from out of Asia and Pakistan and all that shit. They go north and they go south, smashing up these African kingdoms. That's what you got now in Turkey and Greece and fucking Northern Africa. These fucking Turkish people calling themselves Arabs and Persians and shit. Original Persians are black. But you know that. This is another fact. The original Iranians who call themselves Persians are not. Original Persians are black people. That was the Lucid. Is it called the Lucid? I'm having the Lucid dynasty. Oh, no, is it Iliad dynasty? Damn, I'm having problems. Shit, whatever. But Iliad dynasty becomes the Persian dynasty. Those are black people. Why it was African nation too? Yeah. Because, Mumpy Daffy, you were all over the planet. At one time, there was nothing but black people here. That's nothing why they hate you so much. These hybrids, this show, as I throw hybrids, you know, he's probably gone now. But at one time, Mumpy, you were the only people here. Not the Visigoths. You later on in Sucker. You that's later. At one time, Mumpy Dapper, you are the ones that inhabited all these islands. The black people are still there. Ones that are not wiped out. When you go to you back to the Philippines, the black people still there. They don't show them. All Asia, they wiped out those Asian blacks, Mumpy. China wasn't settled by those Chinese people you see today. Those Huns came from those mountains with those other crackers, those other white people. They invaded what you call China today and killed off the African presence there. They finally wiped them out, they said, in 640 AD, about 1,400 years ago. So when you see all those monoliths, those are you all over Asia. Those big Buddhas and all that shit, those are black people. That's you and your side. They put their face on it and now say it's them. That's what you got. You got identity theft on a mass scale. You got identity theft. You were everywhere. You weren't just you were here in America. You was in South America. You were everywhere on the globe as an African person. That's why when you go everywhere in the world, you see you. You don't see no damn white Turkish Arab. You see your face everywhere, Mump. Your face is in the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico. Your face is in Peru, Brazil, the island, Australia. Everywhere you went, you seen black people's face. Because it was only you on the planet. That's what these other people are jealous. They taken and then they taking your identity. The white man, the white Turk calls himself an Arab. He's not a fucking Arab. Arab is a culture, it's not a race. And it's an African culture. Land of Sin, that was all Northeast Africa. And that's what it was known. There was no such place as no Middle East. Middle from what? Middle East, middle from what? The white man called that shit 100 years ago, created that term. That was always known as Northeast Africa. So since they were trying to take that part out of Africa and say these white people are always there, that's why you got the Middle East. Those are African lands. That was Northeast Africa. That's why I told you guys to look up the Aksum Empire, AXUM, coming out of Ethiopia and which is Sudan today. Today, Ethiopia and Sudan, it ruled Arabia, not no fucking white Turks. The African ruled that shit. So if there was any Muhammad, he would have had to have been black because that was ruled by the black, the Aksum Empire. You can look that up. Oh yeah, you tell me it's Angkor Wat. Yeah, in Cambodia. That was the Khmer Empire. Where they lied. See, all these Mongolian Cambodians made that, and everything in there is black people. And then you talk to the people that are in there, they know the black people created that. They say what happened to them? The Han wiped them out. That's why the Han Chinese are not your friend in Africa. They wiped out the African people of Asia. And Cambodia means black. Cambodia is a black term. So Angkor Wat was created by black people. Yeah, Mumpy, exactly right. They made their own coins, yes. It was a great empire. All of what you call Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibouti, most of Sudan, and Arabia. Those are African people, not mixed breeds. Not what you see in Ethiopia today with them mixed motherfuckers, them Italian mixed. No, they were African people, pure African. And so they ruled what you call Arabia, all the way down, which is Oman and other part. I forgot part of the time about they invaded. I forgot the name of that shit already. My mind's all messed up. Anyway, I'm glad at least they show them in the museum. They ain't hidden that shit. Because usually the mixed breeder come in and destroy all that real history. So, but so it means the African ruled all that, right? The African, you did. You ruled that, the real pure African. So it wasn't no white man in no fucking Arabia like you got today. The African ruled Arabia. Because you know why? That was Africa. And it still is Africa. It's not no fucking Middle East. Some made up shit when the white people got control of it, renamed it, repackaged it. This is now the Middle East. We're Middle Easterners and we're Arabs. We're not no fucking Arab. You are a white man, a Turk, a identity thieving the culture of black Arab. Yemen, I thought Yemen control Yemen too. Yemen. Well, that's what they show now all the time in Ethiopia. Those mixed breeds. Those are Ethiopia. They tell you shit Ethiopia. They show them motherfuckers. Those are mixed. That's no true. And at that time, years ago, it was called Abyssinia. But years before that, it was Aksum Empire. Right? It wasn't Ethiopia nor Abyssinia. It was Aksum. And there wasn't no mixed motherfuckers running it. They were African people. But now through Ethiopia, they show you all the mixed breeds who want to be Arabs and shit, got Arab names or half Italian or whatever the hell they are. Exactly right. They racist. Yes, they are. Exactly right. I told you what Mumpy Danford is saying. I told you guys that, and people got mad at me. And I told you the truth about these Ethiopians that they showed they don't want to be African. They don't consider themselves African, and they're racist as shit. But I was the bad guy when I told you the truth. I was the bad guy. Oh, I said that a couple years ago, but that was 2-3 years ago. I was the bad guy. Oh, that's Ethiopia. That's not the original Ethiopia any fucking way. They assumed that name to get the glory of the original Ethiopian people who were black. The original Ethiopia will be considered Sudan, the Kush. And then below that would be Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. Those were the Ethiopians, not the motherfucking mixed breeds you see up there today. They changed their name so you would now be confused and think that they are the Ethiopians that are talked about in history when they are not those people at all. You'll look at these mixed breeds and you'll give all this honor. Yeah, you guys are so great back in the day. And it's not them at all. That they're originally black. Can't use my shit to worship even nobody non-black. I don't know how that works. But you're right. You might be right, Dean. There was a brother talking about when Spike did a show like 2 days ago. There's a brother in Zimbabwe said, "I believe to keep the wild." He thought I went underground because I lost so many channels, and of course the following's not as big as it was back in the day. So Keith had that huge following. He went underground. No, brother, I didn't go underground. They took down my channels. They keep making the channels now, and my name is Persona non grata on YouTube and Facebook. They didn't shut me down. And so, yeah, man, teachers are powerful. Learn about black people. And right next to him, he had a white woman. I was like, my God, damn. He had a white woman sitting right next to his ass that he was married to. I was like, shit. I hope my teachers ain't taught you that. Exactly right. Looks like Haile Selassie. Exactly. But they love him. Exactly right, Kadon. Exactly right. And those are not the original Ethiopians. Those are not. See, but that's why they changed the name. And you think of ancient Ethiopia, you think about them people, and it's not them. He said, well, why would they change their name? Because that's what these damn imposters do. Mumpy Daffy just looked it up. When did Ethiopia change its name from Abyssinia? You guys look this up because I'm on phone. When did Abyssinia change its name to Ethiopia? You guys say, well, why would they do that? Because Ethiopia meant black, and like Mumpy Daffy just told you, they don't want to believe they're black. So why would Abyssinia change the name to be Ethiopia? Because they want to assume that glorious history of black people. So somebody look that up for me. When did Abyssinia change its name to Ethiopia? Somebody let me know in the chat room. Somebody look that up on your phone. Give me the date. So there's always a reason why my damn voice. I got some drinking here shit. Yeah, I do. Hold on. Somebody look that up for me. And then there's always a reason why somebody does some shit. Of course, they feed you a bunch of lies. You think about Ethiopia, you think about them mixed breed. That's a lot. So you think about the glorious past of Ethiopia, and they show you some bunch of mixed motherfuckers. What year? Then you go, it was in the 40s. Yeah, probably it was in the 40s. Yeah, but what year, Mo? Somebody give me the exact year. I know you're right. So you ask yourself, somebody give me the exact year, please. Somebody just ask your Google, what year did Abyssinia change its name to Ethiopia? They were never Ethiopia. I want you to understand this. So why would they do that? Kingdom Abyssinia was founded in the 13th exactly. I just want to know when they changed their name to Ethiopia and transformed itself into Ethiopian Empire was. I know until the 20th century, but when? What date, Hank? What date did they change? You're up here, right? It's in the 20th century. But what date? 1940 what? I want to know what date. Do you understand why? Understand what these hybrids and these white people do. They assume your history. Okay, 1942. Thanks, Lando. 1940. So understand, when you think about Ethiopia and all the greatness, you think of them motherfuckers, don't you? It's not them. They had nothing to do with Ethiopia and ancient Kush Ethiopia. That's them doing again, stealing your history again. It's some real wicked ass shit. So when I told you I was arguing with Phil dumbass damn near 3 years ago, and I was giving that work, I told him Ethiopians don't even, these fake Ethiopians don't even believe they're African people. They don't even believe it, but and Mumpy Dabber just proved it, because I've been there. Mumpy Dabber just proved what I said. So I'm not telling you any kind of lies. Mumpy Dabber just proved what I said. They don't even want to believe they're black or African. But they assume they don't want to believe they're black or African, but they assume African history. Daniel said 1942. You said 1926. I don't know, whatever it was, in the 20th century. But why would they? Then you ask the question, why would they do that? Why would the people, as Mumpy Dabber just told you, that don't want to be black and don't identify with being black, take a name that for black, because Ethiopia means black. Ethiopia means burnt face. Burnt face people, black people. Because, you know why? Because the history is glorified. And so when you say Ethiopian, your mind thinks about those people, and they're not those people. And why would they pick Ethiopia? Is that a random name? You think they randomly just said, well, we'll just call ourselves Ethiopia now? You think we'll just randomly call ourselves Ethiopia now? And we didn't know the glorious history of black people? Ethiopia means black face, burnt face. Of people who don't consider themselves black. So why would they do that? Because they're trying to usurp the history. When you think Ethiopia, you're thinking them motherfuckers. They had nothing to do with the great Ethiopian history at all. At all. Nothing to do with it. It's a cold game, I tell you. These people, it's a cold game of identity theft on a level that we do not understand. It's a cold game out here. Yeah, in the 40s, you got it right. Lando right, 1942. Mumpy was right too in the 40s. In the 40s, Mumpy was right too. So yeah, Hank got it right in the 40s, 1940. Y'all got it right. Mumpy got. But then you say, well, why? Why all of a sudden would they just pick Ethiopia? Because the history of Ethiopia is impressive. It's African people. Nothing to do with these half-breed motherfuckers. So when you read and think about Ethiopia, you think about them bastards. You don't know that they changed that name to Ethiopia? It's a more identity theft that you guys just don't understand. How people keep trying to steal your history, then erase you from that history. Has nothing to do with them motherfuckers over there. Most of them half-breeds. Nothing to do with them half-breeds that are Eritrean and Djiboutian and shit. During the 1940 World War II. They're from Italy, okay. Exactly right. So, like, to me, studying history, I said that's not ancient Ethiopia. Why they change their name to Ethiopia? Why would they do that? Why would they do that? If they wasn't going back to try to claim an identity that did not, it belonged to them. Haile Selassie is not a fucking Ethiopian. He's a mixed breed. He has nothing to do with that glorious African past. But you can't say that. Well, you can. It's a fact. His lineage It's not that African lineage. That's a mixed breed nigga. So why would you go back? Because the stealing of African identity. That's why. Why would the white man call himself an Arab now? Because of stealing of African identity. And another funny thing, I call them Turks. But actually, the original Turks would be black people too. They called them Turks. Everybody knows. I think somebody told me that he finally said it. But everybody knew this already. The reason why they called turkeys the guinea fowl, right? African guinea fowl, we called a turkey because turkey meant black people, killing the black people. I mean, that's ancient. I thought everybody knew that shit. That shit years ago. Somebody told me Tariq had brought up in one of his shows a couple of weeks ago, last week or this week or something. That ain't nothing new. Negro learns something like it's something new and shit, and then puts it out there all wrong and shit. Saying shit all wrong. It's deep, family. Let me tell you what's going on as he stole somebody's talking points. It's deep and shit. It should be all wrong. He be saying shit all wrong and shit. And then listen to somebody else say the shit, regurgitate it should be all wrong. So when I told Phil, those fake Ethiopians, right, you see right there, those are mixed breeds. They don't believe being African. And they're not even Ethiopians. They stole that name. And you think they're ancient holders, and you got all these dumbass Christians, all these ancient Ethiopians, talking about these motherfuckers that just stole the name 70 years ago. All these Ethiopians of ancient times over there. You're like, what? Those are the real ones, exactly right. Because those are the real, but those are the real Africans, Muffy. Exactly right. The dark skin Ethiopia, of course they do. Because those would probably be part of the people that go back to the Oxum Empire, Muffy. They would go back. Those mixed breeds had nothing to do with none of that shit. But that's Haile Selassie mixed breed that's trying to claim history of African people for himself. It has nothing to do with his ass. Nothing. Yep. Exactly right, Dina. They hate being black, but they don't hate the history because that's why they renamed themselves Ethiopia. Ethiopian means burnt face, means black. That was a term for black people. Black people meant, that's what the Greeks and Romans called you. Ethiopian meant black people. It meant mixed motherfuckers because that's what they were anyway. Those societies of Greek culture and Roman culture were mixed cultures. They meant black people. Ethiopia, they meant black people, not a mixture. So you imagine yourself, why would they all of a sudden just change? And they hate being black. They hate being black, but they don't hate the history and the beautiful, glorious things that Ethiopian people have done coming out of the Kush now region. Ancient Ethiopia is Nubia, Kush. And then further south into Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Great Lake region, further back. Has nothing to do with these mixed breed motherfuckers. But when we say, oh man, these great Ethiopians, though we show the face of these mixed motherfuckers. They got nothing to do with Axum or ancient Kush or ancient Ethiopia. So it's another identity theft. Identity theft. I've been going for 4 hours. I know, damn. I ain't doing no show later on tonight. My voice gonna be fucked up, y'all. I'll try to come in. Okay, he gonna do it. Okay, you gonna do your show tonight. Good. Make sure I come back later on for Mr. X. You knew then we want the same. Nah, man. I told them Ethiopians, man, they're not black. Don't believe to be black. I got that years when I was in college. Motherfuckers don't want to believe be black. And that got me researching that shit. I said, that's when I told you, everything gets me starting to learn. Okay, motherfuckers ain't even Ethiopians. That's some shit they created. Motherfucker, you ain't no Ethiopian. You get back at all the history of Ethiopia. Even in the Bible, when it says Moses turns to Ethiopia, they're not talking. You think they talking about them motherfuckers? They're not. Ethiopia, remember, was Nubia, Kush. So they talking about him going down the next. He didn't walk. It's not a real story, but Moses would have had to walk all the way through the desert, through Nubia, Sudan, and then all the way over to Ethiopia. Of course. Yeah, Dina, I've been to India. Yeah, you talking about the Dalits, the Untouchables, the Dalits. I talked about that last year, but with Camilla Harris, how blacks on the bottom. They call the Dalit class. You got you got the Untouchables or the Dalits. You got it's baked into their fake religion. They took which was Brahmanism, turned it into Hinduism, right? All anti-African again. They took African culture, African a spiritual system that was given to these animals. They corrupted it and made it into a wicked ass caste system where blacks on the bottom and the white looking Indians on the top. They took the name from Brahma and they made it into Hinduism. And from Brahma also you get Abram. All same religions that they fucking fucked up. Brahma is Abram. Abram becomes Abraham. You go back and it's all the same cut on a cut on a cut. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. The original ones are black. The original dollars are from Africa. It was African culture. Dina, India means what? See, that's why you know this us, right? India means what? Indigo is black. Us as African people, we named all these. That's why I love history. Go back. You can fuck them up with the lies. India comes from the term indigo. Indigo is the color black. And when you go and understand that it was called the Indus Kush Valley. Who are the Kushites? The Ethiopians. The Kushites are the Ethiopians. They created what you call India. Those other people you see today are invaders. See, we have a great invasion. So it's again, people are created and they invade certain spaces, right? Right? So you say, well, where are these people created from? You have a white invasion. And so since they mixed with the African and they were changing their color, they create a caste system. Because Brahmanism had nothing to do with a caste system. It was what? Enlightenment again, raising your vibration. That's why in Hinduism and Buddha, which comes out of Hinduism, Buddha was black. You have what? Meditation, understanding how energy flows and how to raise your vibration. All African. So they corrupted the system, system, because they didn't want to make sure they wasn't becoming mixed as black people. Hold on, y'all. not. 1 2 1 2. You guys put a one in there. Let me know if you guys can hear me or not. Can you hear me? Can you hear me one time? Oh shit. Damn motherfucker, now you turn your goddamn lights on. Shit. Do do do. All right, you guys here. Okay, no. And we were talking about with Dina, we were talking about the Dalits. Okay. Now we're talking about a culture. It's called the Indus Kush Valley. Okay? Indus Kush. Indus Kush being the Ethiopians, the Kushites, the Nubians, who created that culture over there called India. Brought those traditions over there that was Brahmanism. When you get later on Abraham, same tradition, same tradition that become religion. Excuse me. That become religion. All right, they become these religions. So you had a group of, see, we know history. Everybody say, where the hell did these white people come from? These white people that just ascended down on all these African cultures and countries, right? Or kingdoms. That's the history of white people and Asian people. They just show up out of nowhere. Where the fuck these people come from? But we know, I'm not going to say it on here, we know these people come out of the caves of Central Asia. Right? Come out of the cave. That means the Asians, the Caucasians, East Indians come out of these fucking caves. so that's how the history goes. So when you talk about India, you're talking about the Ganges, what's it called? The Ganges, whatever that river, what's that river called in India? You know I'm having brain farts again. There's a river in that river, Ganges, whatever it's called. The great river in India, named after the Ethiopian Kushite king. As much as they try to lie, we know that the Ethiopian, the Kushites are the ones that founded the Indian culture. The other African culture stolen by these other fucked up people, lying to say they were you. Right? Another thing of stolen identity. Another thing of stolen identity. So you have Ganges. It's called I think it's called the Ganges River. Great Ganges River. Great Ganges River, something like that. But later on, you do have slaves being brought during the Arab slave trade. Africans being brought over there, are still there today too. They go back to maybe 1,200, 1,300 years ago. That are still there today. Treated like shit, but India is still so underdeveloped. They're allowed to live alone in the woods out there, the parts of the country that's wooded, because it's so racist and shit. Remember, because they made a whole culture, the whole religion is based on race, right? And you have these dumbass swamis, call themselves swami, these Indians, Hindus, trying to teach you African spirituality and don't want to claim that it came from Africa, and they're racist and shit because they're like Gandhi, who was a Hindu, because it's baked into the cake of the goofy religion. The racism is baked into the cake of that goofy ass shit. Okay? Baked in the cake of that goofy religion. Because they invaded that African civilization and they didn't want to become brown or mulatto So they made a caste system by putting blacks on the bottom. Say, oh, you can't sleep with the blacks, can't be with the blacks. It's against the religion. They're a bottom caste. So you ask yourself, well, what the fuck is going on? You go back in history, you say, what the fuck is going on? How these people show up on a planet and everything is now anti-black and the stealing your identity and your what? Your spirituality and turning the shit into religion. And everything is anti-black. Now we go back to what I said in the beginning, right? We go back to, because that's where you know it's on a spiritual level. This is an illusion, holodeck. So what motherfucker outside the holodeck is introducing these motherfucking people that puts anxiety and hatred on the first individuals that's in the damn holodeck? And why are they doing that? What would be the purpose of everybody against black people in this realm of existence? That's why you know it's not a motherfucking school. What would be the benefit of that? Oh, that means I can keep black people in warring and angst, keep them always being persecuted, and prosecuted, keep their vibrational level low, so I can keep feeding off their ass. It keeps them in confusion. It keeps them in confusion that they'll live their whole life not being able to connect the dots. And you're just you're in a goddamn spirit prison. You'll just keep reincarnating. So I gave you the fake religion. And if you understand how reality works with this goddamn entity does, what you believe in your death is what's going to pick. I told you, your subconscious. What your subconscious believes, that creates your reality. So when you die, you'll see the fake Jesus, or you'll see Muhammad, or you'll see fucking Buddha, whatever goofy shit you believe, right? And so you say, oh, you're here. Oh, Buddha, I'm so glad you're here. Yes, my son. Yes, my daughter. Oh, Jesus, I'm so glad. Yes, my son. But you don't know that that's a holocaust. That's a wicked ass thing. They just getting you ready to reincarnate back to this motherfucker. So it's a soul trap. So now you believe you're in heaven. Oh, yeah, I'm in heaven, because they know hell. No such thing as death. Now I'm manipulating your ass, and I'm shooting you back here in another damn body so I can feed off your energy. Your vibratory rate's not high enough to break my illusion. Your vibratory rate is not high enough to break the illusion that I set up for you. This spirit, this trap that you're in. Some of you will get out here, but not enough. Some of you will learn the shit and get the fuck out of here. But I keep it so fucked up that you won't learn. But there's always a time to get out for everybody. That's why I think it's a 25,000 year cycle. That's a fact, called the Great Year, where everybody vibrates on a higher level. I don't know why we don't get out. So a bunch of us get out there, but he might trap some other people here. So we don't know this part of the galaxy, what souls get caught up here. You'll get close enough to see what's going on. Next you know, your ass is trapped in this bitch. You come down, hey man, what's going on in this part of the galaxy? They say, no, you're sucked in and you suck them in a fucking body. And you in a reincarnation state. And it takes you 1,000 lifetimes to get the fuck out of this shit. Takes you 1,000 lifetimes to get the fuck out of this goofy ass trap. That's some real wicked ass shit. But these entities can't exist when the vibratory, I don't think hurts this other motherfuckers outside the holodeck. He's not God. So he can't make these things. They don't have what? Energy from the true God. So without them So that means they can't vibrate on a higher level to exist when the earth goes into a really a higher dimension, a higher vibratory rate. So that's why white people are dying off now, Asians are dying off, and then the East Indian ass is gonna start dying off, even though he's melanated, but he's got animal genetics. So as you look up, you guys look this up. That's how I knew it was happening. I knew the history and the science behind it. I said, oh, okay, they gonna start dying off. So as I looked at that, I started looking and knowing, hey, the Europeans' birth rate's gonna get all fucked up. And then surely enough, I started looking at the European, about 10 years, I started looking, European birth rate is down. It's all because they're more modern, and they're modern ain't stop you from having sex with your woman, having no babies. That's what it's because of the modern lifestyle now. That's why the women don't have babies, because they're so modern and cosmopolitan. It ain't got shit to do with why you ain't having babies. That's what they say. It's their life, let them live it. They love it. But they're dying out because the energy is changing on the planet. The energy is going higher. Okay? And since they don't vibrate at that level, they're going to die off. Only black people can exist on the level that we're going again. But I always think when we get back to the golden year, why don't we vibrate high enough to break this damn illusion and get out of here? Like I said, some of us get out of here. That's what Kim they were talking about. Some get out, some don't. Some don't. Sometimes you learn it. Some people don't learn and put it in practice. These people say, but how we got so many people? I got so many souls come down and find what the fuck is going on and get trapped. I don't got all these damn answers. Shit. Shit. I don't got all the answers. I know most of it. I don't know all of it. Shit, I'm constantly learning like everybody else. I know this is a completely black planet. So where did these other, and they damn sure don't come from, it's not the Ice Age. Oh, the Ice Age. These people don't store the civilization away after some fucking Ice Age. That's when they just started destroying African civilization. So you know the Ice Age thing is a lie. Motherfucking Ice Age, all this old dumb shit. That's the shit they get. Show you some fake white man as a Neanderthal. That's a lie. If a black man slept with a fucking Neanderthal, he damn sure wouldn't look like no white man. First they tell you the Ice Age, then there's a Neanderthal, because they found out they got Neanderthal genetics. Story keeps changing with each lie they tell. Oh, we're now black people slept with Neanderthals, and that made little Asian people. It made people slanted eyes and shit, completely phenotypically different than us. You're out your fucking mind. Who got animal genetics and we don't have it, so they couldn't have come from us then. We're talking about gene splicing going on and shit being created from nothing that was not here. Goddamn Ice Age, Jesus. Ain't nobody going no snow, their hair become fur. They got different biology altogether. We're selenium based, they're sulfuric based. They got dog DNA up in their ass, rabbit, cat, shit. These are genetic facts. How the fuck did that happen? How they run around here with canine in their fucking genome? Huh? Ain't nobody black slept with no dog, create no cracker. I mean, you got a massive goddamn creation process going on. You got Dr. Monroe, that movie on a mass level. That's what the fuck it showed. That's why the Asians are direct descendants from the little African pygmies on what? The Andaman Islands. That's a fact. So somebody genetically manipulated something to create those little bitty Africans into an Asian motherfucker. Because that's their direct grandmother and grandfather. The Andaman Islanders. That's a fact. So the theory of evolution is alive, but they're gonna stick to it. Because where you motherfuckers come from. They don't want to admit that they all came from a test tube. They all created. That's why showed you guys, they got tails and shit. Those are facts. Even when we had, I need to call that brother. We had, Zoe. And Zoe was so bold to ask the white man when he was on a flight to Orlando, hey man, did you used to have a tail? He said, my God, how'd you know? That white man said, my God, how'd you know? How'd you know I used to have a tail? Cut off tail. Huh? I think Europeans have tails. Animals, I think Caucasians, East Indians have tails. Asians have tails. Or they call it third vertebrae. You don't got no motherfucking tail. Because you're talking about animal genetics. Oh, well, you got tails if you from somebody mixed. Or you lay with somebody mixed, your kid might have a fucking tail. So how does a Neanderthal get a tail then? Huh? How's a black man have sex with a Neanderthal and now motherfuckers run around with tails? Explain that part of evolution for me then. Explain all these little anomalies to me then. Help me understand what's going on. Teach me like I'm retarded. You know, so these little anomalies they don't want to mention through their biology, through their history. These are facts. Yeah, you got white people post themselves on YouTube. I showed you showing their damn tails. Those are real tails. Everybody took down those videos by now. That's real. Motherfucker dancing all in front of the camera with his fucked up tail and shit. And you don't understand their hair, they got that fur. You're talking about a humanized animal. Okay? Humanized animal. So all these humanized animals just pop up on the motherfucking scene and invade African civilization around the world. Mash them up. And this big, they finally colonized the African, but they didn't wipe the African off the African continent. The other Africans got wiped the fuck out. We still got some here in America too, though. That were here already on the land, right? But then, since the vibratory rate is changing, who's having more babies than anybody again? The African. African birth rate, that's about the vaccination. Birth rate is changing. Africans about to be 4 billion around this bitch. 25th, they show the African birth rate, if they don't kill you off, it's going to be 4 billion. It's going to be a black planet. It's going back to what it's supposed to be. A black planet again. Because the laboratory rate is changing. So now I got to give you all kind of vaccination. I got to kill you Negroes off. You Negroes are disproportionately affected by the COVID-19. But you don't know 3 of your cousins that got the shit. On the news, oh, everybody black is dying. Hey, black man, oh, I got the COVID. Oh, I got the COVID. Oh. The COVID. And that's someone is dying. They're dying not from COVID, dying because they're old and they got pre-existing diseases or ailments because of what they've been eating their whole life. The cumulative effect of having a bad diet, lupus, diabetes, high blood pressure, all that shit. That's what's killing them, not no COVID. And now all white people want to be good. They want to vaccinate everybody black. Isn't that funny? Now they love you. They want to give you something good by vaccinating all black people, they said first. We want to vaccinate all you Negroes first. Because you see us, we love you. Never done nothing for you to begin with. Now they love you. They love you with this vaccination. And you got most Negroes don't do any research, especially B1 Negroes, these grifter ass hustlers. Oh, got your COVID-19 mask. They're not saying it no more. You know why they're not saying it? Because now they realize that they're coming out with that vaccination. They don't want to be saying, oh, you told us we supposed to be scared. Now they talking about getting the vaccination. I'm not supposed to get that vaccination. See, this fucks up their grip and their credibility. One thing for me, I'm going to always be credible. Be honest. Not trying to make no dollar off my people. When it was a good grip, I was working like Big Cheese said. They were selling them damn things like candy, the mask and shit. But now they quietly let the masks go because they don't want to be held responsible when they start mandating this fucking vaccination. Well, you told me I had it. I'm scared. You told me about your bunch of masks. Should I get now this COVID vaccination? I don't got nothing to do with that. I just showed you a damn mask. I don't know. That's on you. That's on you, man. That's on you and your family. You do what you feel. Well, you told me it's real. You told me I should get a mask. You've been selling this shit to me for a whole fucking year now. You've been selling me this goofy shit for a year. I ain't got nothing to do. You grown ass man. You do what you gotta do for you and your family. That's on you, man. I don't know. And they say, oh man, it's real. Don't be other people out here talking about it ain't real. It ain't real, you dummies. Find nobody dying from the shit. You can't do anybody tell you it's real and the people die. You better get away from that. I mean, you're dealing with a dummy. I don't care how good you like that person. You're fucking with a dummy. Tell you not to believe your lying eyes. You don't see no one out here dying. Like I said, black people are scared to death because they're religious. They don't believe in no cremation. They believe in waiting for Jesus. I need my body, but when Jesus comes and gets me out the dead and I rise out the grave with all kind of bugs eating my body and shit. I'll be there. So ain't nobody black getting cremated. So you should see a number of funerals, uptick the funerals like a mug in your community of African. You can deduce that if you're disproportionately dying, as the bootleg media, they're all bought and paid for, other media told you, which are lies, white people, you will see funerals every damn day in the black community. Because they don't believe in no cremation. I need my body for Jesus. But you're going to be in your body. When Jesus come, I'm going to be up in there. I have maggots all ate my body all up. They're going to rise me out my grave. So, he said, well, why you ain't got it? Why none of your chat room ain't got the shit? It's supposed to be rampant amongst white people. We are the what? We're the masses. So we are a real street pole. So a bunch of us should have the shit. If it's as deadly as they say it is, as addictive, as contagious as it is. But when you talk to real black nurses, they tell you this is bullshit. Ones who are honest with you, others, man, it's some bullshit. Oh, what about the COVID? We got to take the COVID. I got to get my vaccination. Oh, the COVID. So they're going to get all these church Negroes, give them a free vaccination. Well, a nanotech, he had too many doctors. I already told you what nanotech does. Nanotech changes your genetics. Now it hooks you to 5G or whatever G they want to hook your ass to. And it hollows out the brain to stop what? Your vibrational level. Because the vibrational level of the planet is changing. I'm controlling the hologram. I don't want you Negroes being able to vibrate high and get the fuck out of here. So I might as well just kill you off now. Shit. As many of you motherfuckers off as I can. You ain't thought it was weird that all these white people now focusing on you with a vaccination? Now they all concerned about you. They never gave a shit about whether you was cold, hungry, starving. If you Negroes don't take this, you're going to get your food stamps cut off, your SSI, your Social Security. You're going to get your Netflix subscription cut off. You're going to get your Sam's Club cut off. We'll cut your Sam's Club, nigga, too. Wow. All of a sudden, white people love us. Wow. No Sam's Club for you, niggas. We're going to cut off your Finger Hut card. Oh, shit. No Finger Hut for you niggas. whatever that goofy shit my wife used to get back in the day. Not my Finger Hut. Oh man, they getting all the way real with my Finger Hut. It's getting serious. Ooh, your Section 8. Because they love you. Give rid of your Section 8. All that old shit, huh? Because that should let you know. They ain't coming after white people with that shit. You already know the fix is in. You got dumb niggas saying, oh man, the people, the conspiracy theory about the vaccination, man. The conspiracy theory about COVID is real. Be scared. Because I'm stupid. I don't do any research. I've never been anywhere. I don't know shit. I'm scared. People saying it's conspiracy. I can't see that they're forcing this on black people. I'm too dumb to understand that. They're coming at the black people with this shit. With the propaganda, you disproportionately affected. You out your fucking mind. You got the best genetics on the planet. I've already showed you that. You have the most diverse genetics on the planet. That's a fact. So if you're eating healthy, and then I also showed you have your oxygenated body. Another fact I showed you, you get more oxygen in your body. Disease or illness or viruses cannot live in an oxygenated body. So if you are eating poorly, all you got to do is order food grade hydrogen peroxide, and you'll never get no virus, ever, because your body's now oxygenated. And say it with me. Illnesses or viruses cannot live in an oxygenated body. Get that? That's another fact of science. So these little scared niggas on YouTube, oh man, don't believe nobody cares about disrespect. Are you gonna get the virus? Let them go get the virus. You go get if you're scared, you go to Amazon or wherever you want to go get food grade hydrogen peroxide. That's gonna raise your oxygen level, and illness and disease cannot live in a highly oxygenated body. But if you're already eating right and take care of yourself, your body is already highly oxygenated and melanated body. These stupid niggas on YouTube. Oh man, they just conspiracy. The COVID is real. It's a real thing. Just like Mickey Mouse and Daffy Duck is real, you dumbass nigga. To argue with motherfuckers like that is Daffy Duck real. Daffy Duck is real. Daffy Duck is real. In the battlefield. So you arm yourself with knowledge. When you have knowledge, you don't have fear. White people know you don't have knowledge, so they keep you in fear. You got their media, a lot of all these black people died. Then you got their fake bootleg propaganda arm of the shit they built, the NAACP, the Urban League, spewing the same lie. Black people are disproportionately affected. Black people are disproportionately affected. Then you send your family where? Well, ain't none of us got this shit. Well, somebody black got this shit somewhere. And then since we've been all over the planet, I take you guys easily to Tanzania. Tanzania is not a hermetically sealed country. It's not in a bubble. It's got the same air that goes across the whole world. Ain't nobody dying and falling out in the street wearing a mask and shit. Is that a special case? Or is this thing alive? Of course, most of these goofy Negroes don't know anything about Tanzania, don't know about the world, so they can't teach you nothing. Still spouting the same nigger babble every day about nothing. Babble, babble, babble. Excuse me, shit. You ask a goofy mother, well, okay, if this is a conspiracy, what makes it a conspiracy? I don't know. People say it is. The COVID thing is real because some scientist told me. Well, you know the scientists, all that stuff was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. I don't know nothing about no Rockefeller nothing. They're the ones I told you. They want to start the medical field, right? As I told everybody, they want to create the medical field. They're the ones also created eugenics. I don't know what no eugenics. What's that you thing you talking about? I don't know about that. I just know about people and niggas. It's called eugenics. It was called good genes, saying white people had good genes and black people had bad genes, even though that's a lie. Black people have the best genes and white people have the worst. So it's upside down again. It's not a lie in this world of lies, right? Eugenics meaning good genes. And the only people that have really great genes are African people. See, another fact, science. Not a lie, but a fact, an actual real fact. An actual real fact. Right? Something I think you should know. If you don't know eugenics, who started the eugenics program, and what did it consist of? Well, it consists in trying to wipe your ass out. That's what it consists of. Wiping your black ass out off the planet. And that's always been the goal. It has never stopped. It might have went underground, but the premise has always been the same. To wipe your ass out the planet. You know why? Because everywhere you gone, they try to wipe your black ass off the planet. Talk about the Tasmanian. Anybody seen a Tasmanian around this bitch? They told me the Tasmanian was a Tasmanian devil. They kill you and make a cartoon out of you. You're the original indigenous people here. They kill you and make a cartoon Indian out of you. You're the original Asian. They kill off all the Asian people. Obfuscate that history, right? Those people are completely gone, wiped out. So the thing has always been to wipe out. Since these animals have been unleashed on the world, they've always tried to what? Wipe you out. But you not knowing none of that history, you're not knowing any real history, caught in goofy religions, whether from Islam insanity or Christianity insanity, whatever nutty shit. So now they need to kill you up because they know the vibratory rate is changing. And you got these other, oh man, people talk about Kundalini energy and vibratory rate. That's science. So when you get a dumb motherfucker that doesn't know that, I don't care what B1 they talking, they don't know the fuck they're talking to dummies. Because vibration and energy is how the universe works. Frequency, vibration, and energy. So everything has an energetic marker. That's why when you get food grade hydrogen peroxide, that energy level of your body raises up because it's fully oxygenated. These are scientific facts. This is not mumble rap. And so when you don't understand no real science, it's dangerous for you. Very dangerous. All these Negroes are quiet. These thought leaders and shit about the vaccine, about the COVID. Didn't even mention the shit the whole year, but sold they goofy mask. Now when the shit's getting real in the battlefield, oh, the mask selling all of a sudden stops. How interesting. How fucking interesting. You induce people with this fear. Now black people gonna be looking at your ass. Hey, they talking about me taking a vaccination. You told me the shit was real. Should I get the vaccination? I ain't got nothing to do with that, man. That's your family. You do what you got. Do what you must do. So, not gonna take responsibility for none of it. So you're dealing with fake ass Asian Negroes. Because a motherfucker can put a sentence together doesn't make him smart. Y'all better learn that. Oh shit. You know. So, but it's hard to wipe us out. Those Indians, those Indians, blacks are still there. It is not seen, but they do kill them still. They still do killings that no one knows about. Why hasn't no one gone to India since the UN is supposed to be talking about human rights violations? Those Africans are still treated like shit in India, subjugated to all remedial tasks like picking up shit in the street, spit on. You know, you'll get shot if you're near a temple. The temples that you the ones who brought to India with Brahmanism, you brought the shit to those bastards. If you get caught around a temple, they'll kill your ass because you're an untouchable. You're dirty. It means that you're black. You're black. And they'll kill your ass. But you got goofy motherfuckers want to tell you about Gandhi and all that old dumb shit. Motherfucker want to tell you about Gandhi, racist ass. This no good pedophile. All that propaganda and lies. I mean, you got a lot of Africans finally waking up, but you got a lot of Africans too. They're, oh man, Gandhi. What about Gandhi? What about his racist, no good ass? Gandhi wasn't a friend of African people. Oh, you missed me with that Gandhi shit. Well, you know, Martin Luther King was put up by those white Jews as a fraud. He was an intelligent man. He knew about Gandhi. Of course he did. He knew Gandhi was racist. Why would he keep holding up Gandhi to some steam? He knew other black people didn't know that Gandhi wasn't shit. Some more fool black people shit again. Let's fool these Negroes. Fool these Negroes with Gandhi, no good ass. Yeah, I want to be like Gandhi. Why the fuck would you want to be like Gandhi? Gandhi was racist as shit. Well, the black people don't know that. They don't know his ass is no good at writing. That's the model we're gonna follow, Gandhi. We're gonna allow people to spit in our face and punch us in the head and shit, and we'll get that to the masses. It's not gonna ever change that, but we're white people. We'll promote this shit heavily and keep black people chasing the tails and shit again. That's what we'll do. Hey, you guys, give me a second. Give me a second. All right. You hear me? So, so they got you worshiping racist people. Got you working. Hey, Gandhi. I go my lifestyle. Gandhi was good too. Got you working all kind of racist shit that's against your best interest. Who does that? Why you never? I think they said why you never allowed to know the damn truth about anything. Oh, Gandhi. Oh man, Gandhi's such a great guy. Gandhi. I looked at that goofy ass movie when I was a kid. Oh, Mahatma. He's a great Mahatma. He's a great soul. No good racist, pedophilic ass bastard. Martin Luther King said he was good. He's got to be the great soul, great Mahatma. Most vile, vicious, wicked ass, racist ass, no good East Indian, no good dirty bastard you. Talking that fuck shit to us. Some no good fucking zipper head ass Indian racist and shit like the West stuff. You had the same treatment you had with all the other ones. Same racist ass shit, no fucking different. No goddamn different. Hold on, you guys give me a minute. I got another call. Give me a second. Guys, give me a minute. Got another call coming. Give me a second to read you guys' thing. Guys, give me just 1 minute. Right back. Woo, shit. So cold out that motherfucker. God damn. Woo. I'm sure y'all know cold spell out here. They got cold even in the south out here. But I'm not gonna do too much talking. I want to let you guys get off of here for a minute, man. Oh, we've been on this bitch like 4 or 5 hours. Shit, 5 damn hours. God damn. Mr. X gotta do his show coming up. But like I said, nothing. And religion's not gonna be able to last either. You know, because you're starting to see unequivocally, I can't even talk, I'm so tired, unequivocally that you have what? Starting to know that there's other entities within this universe. You know, that's why you got NASA, who've been lying forever, and the Pentagon, American military now admitting that you got other entities, but they're going to be a danger. They're dangerous. They're dangerous, unidentified objects that you got other entities. You live in a infinite universe, and you didn't know that there was other entities in this existence. And you know why? Because the religion's going to break down. There was no Jesus or no Muhammad who walked on different planets and all that goofy shit. It's a lie. So the religions won't be able to stand up to truth. That's why they kept all this other shit from you. Now they're coming out admitting it because everybody's got a cell phone and everybody's understanding how to contact shit. Hey man, this shit is right. I ain't no nut. I know the fuck I'm looking at. Oh no, we can't lie no more. Everybody on their news. Yeah, those are unidentified objects out there, but they're dangerous. And we got to think about how can we protect ourselves. National security. Shit's dangerous. I thought you guys said you had said you had all those antennas up there, and all these crop circles were phony. These are people out in the field just making shit up. I ain't making none of that shit. They'll show some Mossad or some MI5 or MI6 agents doing that shit. You think everybody, all that shit came from just them. Those are real Indies doing that shit. And some are interdimensional. Told you live in a universe that's different dimensions, that's interdimensional, that can change frequency, come in and out of this existence. That's all scientific. Shit's real. So now you guys remember about 2 months ago, the news all came out, told you that we got real flying saucers out here. We can't deny none of the shit. But said we got to worry about it. And they got the technology to also do what? To make holograms. They can make you believe some out there when they're not true. They got the hologram technology. Make you believe you see Jesus and all that goofy shit or space aliens. I'm doing that advanced hologram technology. Put Jesus in the space. They go, Jesus right there. They go, the Lord. The Lord has come to save us. So, we're living in interesting times, family. You're living in the age of what? Discovery. That's it. You're living in the age of discovery. All these lies are going to start falling by the wayside. Living in the age of discovery. That's what you're living in. You live in the age of discovery. You know, it's comments. He said it's It's snowing in Canada. Yeah. So it's snowing in Canada. All right, I hear you. Snowing in Canada right now. All right. Snowing everywhere. Shit. Snowing all up in the northern United States too. Shit. I mean, it's cold out this bitch too. Shit. Cold out this motherfucker here. Cold out of here. So, that's a new thing. What are they gonna do with that? Now you're the age of discovery. Too many people got cameras. People got, like I said, if you guys wanna, I said it a couple of years ago, but it still got. You guys wanna believe whether shit is real? Go get you a set of Go get you a set of night goggles, right? Fourth edition, fourth edition. Go get you a set of fourth edition night goggles. Then start looking into the sky. Ooh, shit. Cold out here. Then you guys will know whether or not things are real or not. And there won't be no motherfucking satellites either. And it's funny, nobody can call you a kook or crazy no more. Because the Pentagon already told you the shit is real. But it's a threat. It's a threat to national security. So you're down the age of discovery. All the religions are not going to be able to last. Was 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 did Muhammad walk on Orion's belt? Did Jesus walk on Orion? And all these other galaxies and solar systems? That shit's about to be a wrap. Read some of you guys' comments. Snowing in Canada, yep. He said you had a whole 2 hours sleep. We still going? Yeah. All right. about to set up for work. All right, Jim Mosquito. All right. So, family, let me shut this thing down. We've been on here almost 6 hours. Say much melanated love to everybody. And I holler at y'all tomorrow. Shit. Everybody go get some sleep, chill, or do what you do. Peace. I'm out. Much love.